Okay, I get nothing. I really get nothing. I mean, this is not like I remember it to work. Okay, I can keep going. What is this? I want to keep going. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I'm not going to gain one anyways from where I won from, because you cut me off from my other connections. And they even got one Google connection, which is really freaky. That's the freaky part of it. I got one Google connection. Oh, what the heck does that mean when I have one Google connection? I should get a hold of Google connection and have them try to figure out why I can't get on my other channel, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I got to connect with Google, one member. Now, that really freaks me out to connect with Google. And one member, I can bring them on. And it's like, should I? Should I bring them on? Really? 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 No, I'm not going to bring the Google connection on. Screw that. Screw the Google connection. I ain't bringing that on. Hell, that's like bringing on a Mossad or something. I don't know what that would be. I mean, these people are really in control. And if I brought them on, I'd be trying to explain my other channel where I can't even get on here. I'm amazed I'm able to get on here. Every time I go on my other channel, which is on IE, it says you have to upgrade, and it gave me something like, you know, two type of Microsoft before, and it's like, well, I don't even use that. I have 7. I don't have the one before Vista anymore. And they want that one. They want Lex. They want other, you know, anything but, you know, they want. And I'm sitting back going, really? Really? I have an old system to get on to Google Plus, and this is the upgrade. And it's like, I can't even get on with my 300 people I know on the other channel. They just won't let me in. They just refuse to let me in and talk to them. I tried to talk with them, and a lot of them are night owls. And on this channel, I don't have night owls. That's why I call it saturan. It's like the setting sun. And I don't have anyone on here to be the setting sun that I'm in contact with. You know, people are in England and stuff. I have all types of people on the other channel that just can't sleep. You know, they're insomniacs like myself. Well, I get on here and I have no insomniacs. I'm lucky to even get someone like TJ on here. I'm lucky that he finds his way on here. And I guess I have to go and leave links to this channel just to get TJ on here. Another insomniac. Or insomniacs. I usually have to drink myself to sleep. And that's sick. Man, that's sick. Those were insomniacs. We ourselves until we're so sleepy just go, well, I got to go at 4:30 in the morning. And, yeah, insomniacs. I might as well just call this the Insomniac channel. Maybe I should start one up called that. I don't know how to link my other links into this. I mean, I really don't. I don't know how to get the other people I have as followers and friends and family and everything in here. Other people I can get in contact with earlier and get them into here. I mean, I don't see a way of linking them over. I'm not really sure how to do that. That's one of the things I don't understand about Google. Now, Google, it's special. I know about programming and stuff, but when it comes to Google, it's like a mystery because they change it every week, and it became a mystery to me. It got to a point where I don't know how to point to click to get to them, and I don't know how to bring them over. I really don't. I mean, I can go to my Google channel and put this link in, and if they don't know where this is, I mean, I didn't spell saturan right, did I? Satrun, I think it is. And I put Satura in. Oh, well. My bad. I don't know where this is going. Let's see. Secular revenge formulas known as the made its way. Oh, I'm getting these. This event is starting now. Let others know you arrived. Well, how am I going to do that? Really? I mean, I can add a comment. I got my cat here, and that's all I got. I mean, it's like, okay, I can go up here and highlight, copy, and paste it, but what's that going to do? Not a damn thing. That's what I'm thinking. Because if they don't know my other site, and well, that's it. They just don't know my other site. Oh, damn. You gotta say something like hi or something, and put your site in. They'll give you the advantage to paste. This type of shit is getting old. It's getting real old, and I'm getting tired of it. I'm tired of having to play games. I don't like playing games. I liked it 5 years ago when you didn't have to play games. And there was no games involved, and everything was great. I mean, it was great. You actually didn't have to play these games. I mean, even when I go to these people that I know personally in my links, try to post, there's no posting. There's nothing there to post to. So what the hell? I have nothing to post to. I can go to my site elsewhere, and there's nowhere to post. It's like, really? You're not going to give me a place to post? And I go to upload or something, and I said, I want to post to my friends, and there's nowhere to post. There's got to be. I mean, there's now activity. See, there's now activity on his site 14 minutes ago. I can go there, but there's nowhere for me to post. I'm like, well, where am I supposed to go to post? I mean, I can go to his comments. Maybe that's where I have to go to. and I have to say hi to him. Okay, this is a pain in the butt. It really is. It's called the pain in the butt. And I can post to him. I don't know when he'll get it. And I go through this stuff all the time, lots of times. And I'm like, really? There's nowhere to post to? I mean, there's not a shout out. They used to have a thing called shout out. That was such a lovely thing they used to have at the time. It was called shout out. And they got rid of it. I have no idea why they got rid of it, but they got rid of something called shout out. And that was on your own YouTube post. You could shout out for Google and invite people in that you knew on Google. And because a lot of them followed along with YouTube. And if you shout out to them and gave the address, they'd come in. And you'd have all these people filling up your windows, up to 10 windows, icons. And they'd be waiting in line to talk. Oh, no, not anymore. We can't have that. We can't have people having chats like that. That sounds too much like freedom. We gotta be more communistic and have only, fascism going on with corporations running our networks. Okay, you like that. You guys really like fascism. That's your call. It's all your call. I hope you enjoy it when it doesn't work and nobody's watching your crap and you're still not making any money and you're going, well, it's not working. Well, of course not, because YouTube was the people. That's 360 million people over your fucking 1,000 people. Now, you understand. I mean, you haven't apparently been listening to what's going on in the world. People don't have no money to pay for your crap. And they're not going to pay for it because they don't have no money. Only people who have money is the one that you hired. And that's the only people who have money. So, I guess it's a little loop there. Oh, inside loop. People paying. I mean, you haven't woke up yet. You just haven't woke up to the truth that the American people are poor. We make the Depression look like good times. Do you not understand that yet? Apparently, you haven't been paying attention to the good times. And the good times was in the 50s and early 60s were the good times when everybody had money because everybody had a job that paid good money and everybody was spending. When you took all those jobs away and sent them over there to China, nobody has no money here. You cause consumers. All we are is a welfare system. How's that going to pay for shit? You're not making any new money as far as real new money. You're just putting it out of nothing and sending it out there. Must be nice. Must be really, really nice. I think you should pay attention to some of the shows on TV, like Messengers. Yeah, that's what you should be paying attention to. That's the truth of what's coming down the pipe. But you don't care. As long as you're living high in the stake and have a fucking spider hole to jump into, it must be all right. Yeah. Living creatures. Well, we're out everything. Hope you're happy. Took it all. Ate it all up. Put us in the place that we are. Didn't put any of it back at the top, or back at the bottom, I should say. Since you never put anything at the bottom, it's all with. It's saturan. Hello. Have any comments? Something to say? Let's talk. Turn your microphone on. If you're having trouble getting on, if you're new or something, you just left. Saturan. Saturan. What does saturan mean? I had to get my book 777 out and do numerology on it and find out what that means. I just printed it out that way. Saturan. Oh well. It apparently is something of the cipher of the Euphonauts, and it has a meaning to it. I have no meaning. Smoking too much. I'll stop that. Okay. Let's see, the book was supposed to be over here, somewhere buried in this stack. My packing stuff. I had the book. It's nowhere here. It's probably in that lower box. I can't find it. I'm gonna miss that book. Cause it's somewhere hidden from me. Don't know why. Oh, look for that book over here. Go through these books I have hidden over here. Actual book hidden here. I have a bunch of folders. Laser light. Okay, we'll keep that. Huh. I'm looking for a book that somehow I buried in a box down here. Don't know why I found it there. But it's down here somewhere in this stack of books. Can't find it. I know it's in that box. I must have put it in that box, but it got put away. I don't have the book of the Euphonauts. I have the Euphonauts book. Yeah, but I'm looking for a book that's somehow got buried. I don't know why I buried it. It's a very useful book. It's the book by Aleister Crowley. I have to go in here and look for it down underneath all this stuff. I'm going to have to pull out very important. And I got all these other books. All my stuff I tried to sell a long time ago. What is that? I go looking through stacks of books that I have. This is trying to fall out. I don't know what's in there. It's a bunch of, that's my bunch of receipts from years ago. I don't know what to do with them. I got a fire pit. They're all hidden behind everything else I need to pull out to get to. I'm going to start to pull this out. Just because I know somewhere in there is stuff I need. Oh, put it out here. Okay. Okay. Put that down there. And let's put more down. Okay. Okay. Stuff I need to get rid of at some point. All right. We're playing a game. And there's lots of games down here. Oh, tons of it. Oh my God, I can't believe I have this many games to play with. All right. I'm looking for something. Something I can't find unless I pull stuff out to find it. More games to play. Okay. We'll go in here and play. Let's find out what's in my treasure trove. All types of stuff I could have. I understand this stuff in it. I need to put in a new bag and pull that out. Damn, that's a lot. I have to play with. Wow. Stuff back here in your head. Been here so long. What the heck is this? This is still has liquid in it. Liquid lens. Oh, I haven't seen that in a long time. So I can add scene on TV. Okay. Looking through here. Wow. All types of strange stuff in here. Interesting. Type of wallet. What is that? Two treasure troves. Box sets. Came apart just about. I think the cat's been back there playing with Got some C-clamps. Didn't know I had. Thought about buying some. Here are some more Trader Troves as I bring them out. C-clamps. At the time I bought them, they were $1.99. They're probably about $5.99 now. Yeah, over there. I need to put it in my trunk or something. It's like here. So I'm gonna tape that. Okay. I tape that. That's something I caught. It was released it for. Where else I got back in here? Quality shave. Silver tickets I never seen. What else I got back in her? The box is split open. I got a cord back here. Stuff that goes back several years. I got this box. Oh my God, I got JVC HMP recorder. That doesn't even work anymore. Why is this in existence? An HP media drive. I'm sure there's nothing in there because that's an empty box. It's got cords. It's got a cord in here. Something. I got no stuff. Bottle. What else do I got? Nothing. Not nothing. I have nothing. I got a bunch of worthless crap that's stored away for no reason. And I don't know why. I got cat puke on a lot of it. Cat puke down on it. So I got back in there. 2 whole boxes full of more defunct lottery tickets in case I won. Amazing. Got DVDs on me. I don't know what to do with these. How many DVDs? Movies. I'll sell them to you for $2 a piece. One. All types of stuff, man. I don't know what I got back there. The book's out back there. So where is the book? Put some of this stuff back. And we'll put this back too. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I should just store it away. It doesn't work anymore. Laptop. And the laptop cooler. And it doesn't work anymore. Okay. What else do I got? I got nothing. What do you guys need? I got Trader Trove with cords. You need cords. What about it? Yeah. Shoot, I got all types of stuff I could probably sell on eBay. People would buy it, give it a fancy name, and they'll love it and say, Yeah, that's what I want. Put it back there. And let me put all these heats back. I got terms, making up your own CD labels and bag and it's falling apart because they actually do break down. The bags you get from the grocery store, they do break down. They turn into, they start breaking down into nothing. Oh well, that's it. I already have nothing. Okay. Got nothing. Oh my god, the stuff sitting where my feet should go. It's got to go back on top of that somewhere. And move back towards the back. It's stuff from way back when. Oh, and it's starting to fall out. Come on, problem. That's falling apart. Okay, I got nothing. So I got DV CD label refiller. But I don't know, I got pieces, parts in here. Anyways, anyone have anything to say while I'm here? What is this for? An HP drive. It says HP invent. No, nothing there. Put that back there too. This stuff falling apart. I have all this stuff to stick back on this flat surface. Oh, I got some cases. I got this thermal thing. I need that. I don't know why that got put away. I need that up here. Okay. Let's see. Notes on. I got an empty Seagate box. Probably throw that away. Seagate. I don't even think I have a Seagate anymore. It's just the empty box with the instruction for Seagate. And I don't have a Seagate. I can probably throw that away. I'm nothing for Seagate anymore. And there's cords in here. And there's cords to connect the Seagate to a yeah, the cord may be worth something. Let's see what else I got in here. The receipt that will tell me when I bought this, probably back in 1990 something. Let's see. Best Buy. 8313. Well, I bought this back in 13. The reason I'm keeping it. So it's got everything in here. The cords and everything. I didn't need the cord because I just hooked on the thing to the computer. What's the 1 terabyte? Yeah, I might still need that. Okay. This is gonna go on last. DVDs and CDs. A calculator. It's 2 of them. Kind of advanced CD player or calculator. I got my pendulum. The art of the pendulum. Okay, I can go back here. Everything will fall down. Everything's cool. Okay, I didn't find them. No treasure trove. Okay, back in my chair. Bugs. I have a bad case of runny nose. I don't know if you ever had that before, but I do. Okay, everything's off the floor. It's back to almost the way it was. I must took it back upstairs. Doesn't matter. I get nothing on a Saturday night at 12:38 because there's nobody on this channel. Nobody comes. And that's why I'm all alone talking on this channel. I had one person that came on here. I don't know how to invite others for my other channel. I've been trying to figure that out. It's pretty scary when you can't invite nobody else from your popular channel, or even start your popular channel up. You have to be on a secondary channel and nobody comes. It's pretty scary. You're all alone, all alone, all alone, all alone. That's right, I'm all alone. I'm all alone. And I get nothing. Nothing at all. Nobody talks. Should be getting somebody. I can't be all alone that bad, can I? And my speakers aren't showing up on here. There they are. They're on. I doubt by getting one unless I have the speakers plugged in. Okay. Alone. Alone.
Aha.
Aha! You're there. Showed up. I can't believe I got somebody.
I've been trying to get off for, I don't know, quite a while.
I'm trying to get my earphones to work. I got them plugged in. I'm hearing you over the speakers. And
not again.
Yeah, I'm having that problem. Let me.
Oh my God.
Ow, I turned them up. They're not working. I mean, I turned them up and I heard this dun and it's like, well, they're working there, but why aren't they working on my playback? I
Hmm.
haven't figured that out yet. I mean, maybe it's something I'm missing in my settings or something. I got the earphones
Yeah,
in.
you can change.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm using. I need to get another set of headphones. I guess is what it is. Fix everything, but real headphones, or it's not coming through my earphones.
You're coming in loud and clear.
Well, that's good. I'm not echoing or anything, am I?
Well, right now you're coming in so loud over my headphones. I can't. I'm trying to open my Windows volume thing, and it's really slow to open.
Well,
Wolfgang Helbig.
I can
Wolfgang Helbig.
I can stay. I can lean back, and it's better. It's better. I
I'm
lean
turning
back.
you down right
Oh,
now. All right, I got you so I can stand you now.
yeah. I'm
All
trying to
right,
go through my
perfect.
earphones, and I got them plugged into my headset, but it's not coming through my headsets, my earphones. So I don't know. I'm listening through my speakers. For some reason,
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm trying to figure out what the problem is there. I mean, I
To
can look
have
at.
any trouble at all. A year ago, you had everything perfect. Now, I don't know if your equipment's shorting out or what.
I don't know. I can hear it sound. When I turn the volume up on my earphones, it goes down on, and I can hear that, but I'm not able to hear anything through them. And I'm trying to figure out if there's something I have to change in my properties. Maybe it's in my property somewhere, my details, or no, it's drivers. No, that's not it either. Huh. Well, I'm
So hang on. I'm hearing myself, so
left front panel,
you probably can't
but
yet.
it should be my front panel, and it's on. Maybe that's what it is. I need to enable it. No, I don't know. Let me check my earphones once again.
Now
Okay. Anything?
how it's working.
Huh. Use this device. Okay. Use this device. I don't understand that. Device you are configuring has been removed. Okay. You can still hear me, right? Maybe. Okay, I just did something when I pulled them out. Okay, device you are configuring has been removed. Okay. Anything? Oh no, you're gone too. How am I supposed to test this? Ah, I'm having a hard time with this piece of crap. levels, enhancements, headphone personalized loudness equalization, settings. Okay, there's no problem there. Okay, they're working. Is that it too? Hmm. Well, you just dropped out altogether. He's just, hmm. My sewer configuration has been removed. No, it hasn't. That would be. I gotta. Hmm. Well, I don't know. I have no one to test this with. Oh well, dropped out. Hmm. I don't know what that button's for. That's supposed to be a microphone or something built in. I don't think so. It's supposed to be a way of. Hmm. I don't know. I'm lost in these newfangled things, I guess. I don't know. I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting anything on advance. It just says, sounds. Celtic modified. Hmm. Interesting. I just lost him. I just had somebody on here and I just lost him. I have no idea why I lost him. I have no idea. Everything was going great. And then suddenly he dropped out. And I don't know. And I'm not getting anything except for my headphones. Not getting anything on my headphones. I don't know why I'm not getting anything on my headphones. There's something afoot here. And I'm trying to figure out what is afoot. It, I have nothing for playback on my mini cams. It's all on my machine. And oh no, it's ready. Uh, no, digital audio is not working. Might as well just turn that off then, disable it. Okay. Now, am I getting anything off my STFA? Shoot, I'm not getting anything on anything now. Well, let's turn that back on. Am I getting anything on my speakers? No. Not getting anything. I can't hear myself back on the speakers. So that's kind of good. If my speakers aren't speaking back at me, that must be a good thing. Disable. I got my web microphone working. Yes, it's not very much. I mean, I don't know why you had to do that. Minicams is ready. Communication. Okay. It's my playback I'm having problems with. When I show 3 devices, speakers, headphones, and digital audio, SPDIF. I should have more than that on here. There you are. You're back. I see you. You found your way back. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
it took me 6 minutes. I had to shut down, reboot, do this, do that.
Oh,
Yeah.
that really sucks. Okay. Well, I got the only thing I'm getting is the speakers, even though my headphones are on. I did a check on them. I'm hearing stuff when I do the test of headphones, but they're not working. So I'm going to pull them out and just have the speakers and the microphone on my camera. It's just not working. It did work about a month ago, but just suddenly stopped working. I'm not getting as many playbacks as I was before. I'm what is it, the AD whatever it is not working. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. The page. Went up to turn on my. I may, at one point here, sometime within the next week, I'm going to have to just go back to factory to get rid of all this scamware on my computer, and then have to reload everything back on. That's going to be a pain in the ass. It takes about 8-9 hours to reload everything. I have these people call me up wanting to charge me $200 to do it, and I just said, I can just go back to factory, fix it all, and it'll all go away. I can make it go away.
Yeah.
I can be in the matrix and say, Mr. Anderson, we can make this all go away. That's about.
Why are you going to all this trouble? You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, I'm having all
You're
types.
not serious.
Oh, I got all types of spamware that snuck onto my computer. I can't find them anywhere. I went through everything
You,
trying to find it, and it's still there. So the only way to get rid of it is go back to factory and then reload everything back on, which takes about 8 hours.
I don't. That won't even help
Well,
because this stuff is so insidious that it gets in remote corners of your electrical things inside your machine, and eventually, after a period of years, your machine will fill up with so much garbage that there's no way to get rid of it. All you can do is run a virus scan, quarantine, and delete. Why do you want to go deleting your whole system and reinstalling everything? This is like, man, isn't that overkill, Spellbinder?
it is overkill, but yet I've, I've tried to find this stuff. I really went through everything. I went through Windows, looking for files that I don't recognize that were loaded up in the last couple of months that I didn't load up, and try to find them. Some I found and deleted, but I still get this adware on there. This ad, what is it called? Add something, and they put these little windows up in your program, wherever page you're on, and they make it drop down and all types of stuff, and you go up and close. You're able to close them up. They have a close button on it, and you close them, but they're still there. When you go to another page, they come right back up again, trying to advertise something to me, and I'm like, I don't want your crap. Why do I want your crap? I have no money to even pay for it. What do you want my crap?
Think back. Think back in time. Somebody had a television, invented it, and all of a sudden, all Americans loved television, and we started out with a brief 60-second commercial during Alfred Hitchcock. And now some of these shows, you know yourself, if you're watching TV, which I hope you don't do too much of, but these commercials can go on for 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the same with the internet. It started out ad-free. Now slowly, but surely, they're finding ways they could just plug into your system, and there's no way you can stop them. It's not much different than TV.
Oh, I know.
And if net neutrality goes through, then there's going to be more and more and more of the
That's
changes.
right. You have 30-minute shows and 30 minutes of commercials. I mean, that's what I'm seeing coming. I see that coming, actually. 30 minutes of a show. Your shows will be back to 30 minutes long, and you'll have 30 minutes of commercials, because every 3-4 minutes they're going to have a commercial. I've seen that on Hulu. Hulu's starting to do that, and that's starting to piss me off. I'm sitting there watching this for about 5 minutes, and then they have another minute and a half of commercials, and then it's 5 minutes.
Okay.
It comes out the same amount of commercials you would have if you're watching it on TV. Actually, it's getting that bad. It's getting that bad with Hulu.
See, Hulu's even got it now. So,
oh, yeah.
I mean, you're just going to have to learn to live with it. I don't know. I mean, it seems like they're really going to a lot of extreme measures, but I mean, you should have an up-to-date system that should be totally unnecessary. Now, if you had an old system like I have, which is called an Intel Centrino Duo, which I find very awkward to use, but it does work pretty good most of the time. It's a real cruncher. I don't know what the Centrino is, but it was good for the time, you know. Designed for Windows XP. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
XP was great. That they shouldn't have never got rid of XP, but continued to improve on it, and not, get rid of it. Put in these others like Vista. I'm not satisfied with Vista. Windows 7 I was kind of satisfied with. I didn't mind Windows. That's what I got right now is Windows 7. But then I went into the stores and looked at Windows 8. Windows 8 might as well be an iPad. I mean, really, touch screen and all that stuff. I mean, it might as well be an iPad. Just an advanced iPad. That's all right. But it's under, Windows or micro crap.
Yeah.
I call it micro crap because that's what it became. It became micro crap.
Yeah. They know how to make money. They know how to make money.
Yeah. When I went to a store and we went and buy a laptop when they had Windows 8 was the greatest thing you could ever have, I said, I want Windows 7. Actually said I want, because they still had Windows 7 out at the time. And I got a laptop with Windows 7 on it. So I got that too as a backup. I got a Vista gateway, and I have a Windows 7 gateway. And those are my backups. When this big system goes down, which is a quad, quad processor goes down, and this system breaks down, I still got 2 other computers to back up on, so I'm not worried too much.
Do you want to hear what I did? Do you want to hear what I did? I did have a computer consulting company that was a total flop. So I wanted to test my high-powered computer. It's got a 500 gigabyte hard drive. It's a laptop. And I go, yeah, I'm just going to leave that thing on day and night. I know it gets hot, but maybe my wife will see it's on and go in there and learn how to use it, maybe learn something. And so I just left that little laptop on day after day, night after night. And I used my other old laptop. So then one day, finally, weeks later, 2 or 3 weeks, my wife goes in there and she must have tried it. And she goes, man, that computer doesn't work at all now. I couldn't make it work. It won't start up properly. So it's just, why did I do this? I don't know. I have no idea why I wanted to destroy this unit. I thought it was going to go into a hibernation mode where it wouldn't get hot. Well, nobody's using it. It should be fairly cool. No. And now I have to spend, if I do it myself, it'll be $100. And if I hire somebody to do it, I can do it myself, but it's going to be the most technical job I've ever done in my life. I don't have to watch the video. I have to have this laptop going with the video and then freeze frame every little step. And now do this, and now unhook that. Oh, yeah, I got to put in a whole new motherboard.
Wow.
Do you know if I put in a new video graphic, if I put in a new motherboard, I don't know this. Maybe this is why my company failed. But if I put in a new motherboard, do I have to reinstall the entire operating system?
Yeah.
Isn't my hard drive going to have that? I got a hard drive that's got all that on it. Why do I need to reinstall anything?
Oh, true. All you should be able to do is plug that back in and you're back on the air.
Oh, thank God. I think you may be right. Oh, I hope you are. I just have to get that part.
It's the same hard drive unless the hard drive went bad.
No, the hard drive is perfect. Hard drive is perfect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, I made my backups when they ask you to, when you first turn the computer on, they want you to make up backups on DVD or CD. And I selected DVD because it only takes 4 discs instead of 8 discs on CD. So I have my factory setup. I can actually reinstall the computer. I can reformat it by sticking the first disc in there, and it will say, you want to reformat? Yes. And then it will reformat the disc till it's reformatted to, and then you stick each disc in, and it puts it back to factory. But I did that. I've actually learned to do that after the first 2 computers I went through and didn't do that. And they broke down and I didn't have the backup disc. And I'm going, oh, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to have the backup disc, the factory disc backups. And if something goes wrong with my hard drive, I can at least back up everything. Everything I think is important. See, I have a dual drive on my computer. So I put everything that's important on the second drive, and it's still there. So if I have to factory reboot my system, drive A is the one that it reboots to factory. And, you can put the disk in there and reboot it back up if something goes terribly wrong. I got 360 is what I got right now as my virus protection. I got Norton 360. It seems to be doing good.
What a waste. What do you need all that stuff for? I don't understand it. I've had no virus protection since 1995, and I've never had a problem. Only one time did I, because I stupidly fell into a trap, and it was very dangerous, but I got out of it.
I
went back to the factory.
I went
to safe mode.
Well, in 360, it will actually say you had Trojan horse try to get on your system, and it says it went through and removed it. It automatically knows that it's a protection because they know out there in Norton all this stuff in the protection mode, and they'll sit there and say, you had a Trojan horse try to get on your system, we removed it. And I'm like, thank you, I mean, really. You can get McAfee. I think there's a couple of them you can get for free out there. They're free.
This is rich people stuff, man. This is rich people stuff. The poor average user, he can't go out and buy all this stuff. That stuff costs hundreds of dollars.
No, it only costs like $75 for 360 a year.
Oh. Wow, that's a lot.
Well, yeah, but it's for a whole year. I mean, it's a whole year,
Yeah.
and it will update your virus scams, and it will go out there and look for them. And I have a background, and every once in a while it'll pop up and say, "You just had a Trojan horse attack your system. We took care of it. Don't worry." And it was basically what they're doing. You can stop them from attacking, and there was all types of stuff. Adware scam. There was adware scams I get on my computer, and it stops that also. It'll stop the adware scam, and you don't have to worry about that either. It's another thing you don't have to worry about.
You know, there are people that are working for us for free that have big clubs and organizations. Besides the government's task force that checks the internet 24/7, there are other groups of people that are scouring the internet for any abnormalities. It's probably more or less a hobby for a lot of these brainiacs or whatever they are, these computer nerds. And we got to thank them too, because they're looking out, they're scouring stuff, and they report what they find. So,
Oh yeah.
there was a big scandal a while back where one government of some country said that these credit card numbers were stolen because of this terrorist group of hackers or something. And actually, one of these investigative free internet detectives, they said no. They tracked it back to who exactly was responsible. So then the consumer wonders, well, who do we believe? Do we believe them, or do we believe the club? It's so technical. It's just so complex.
It is. It's very there's so many back doors in your computer with the NSA and everything. It's just unreal. They got all back doors. They said for the last 3 years they've been putting back doors in so heavily that people have to have some type of a overseer program, which a lot, like Linux used to be free of that. Linux used to be free of anything, and now they're being attacked. Just like Apple's, Apple's computers and stuff are now being attacked.
Apple.
Yeah, Apple. Man, I know. They used to be kind of free of it too. It was only Windows at one time, and then suddenly, now it's all the systems are being attacked, Linux and the rest of them. And I was going to go to Linux. Linux is pretty nice. It's almost like Apple or like Microsoft, and now they're starting to get attacked. They say if you want to send messages, you have to learn how to do encryption. And if you learn encryption, you can actually send messages between two people without them able to crack the encryption. If you learn the encryption codes, because you come up with an encryption code. I mean, Mike Rivero had a challenge to the NSA. He actually had on his show, and he says, "I want you to break this code." And he gave a code out, not with the keys, but just the code of an encryption that he made up and sent it out. And he said nobody never broke it, not even NSA. So NSA can't even break a private code. So how are they going after terrorists if they're making up their own encryption codes? And there's no
Spellbinder.
way. Yeah.
Spellbinder, listen very closely to what I'm going to say.
Okay.
I had a revelation recently. These people in the Middle East that are forming these hate groups and performing these atrocities, they speak a foreign language, they write a foreign language, and I found out It
Yeah.
is so very difficult that hardly anybody is smart enough or curious enough or whatever to learn the language. So the interpreters, I would like to see somebody give me the statistic of how many people in our military can actually understand what they're saying. This is a
Oh,
big problem.
oh, yeah. I mean, that's no problem. But they have their interpreters and stuff. I mean, NSA has over 100,000 people. I mean, I believe.
Yeah, I guess I.
And but they
Yeah.
can't break encryption now. I mean, you come up with an encryption code, and they can't break it. Even with their supercomputers, they can't break these encryption codes because they're just that easy to make, and it's and you can send private emails between them. So the terrorists, if there are terrorists, I don't believe really there's that many terrorists out there because we have the CIA and the NSA and everyone else out there playing games with the American people. That I don't think so. They can come out and say, "Well, we come up with there's going to be an nuclear explosion in one of our cities and all this stuff." Well, I actually believe it's the Mossad who's got nuclear weapons in all the major cities, and if the government doesn't follow what Israel says, boom, they go off. I mean, I actually believe that. I believe they have that much power because all these congressmen and senators are bowing down to Israel, a little state with 400 nuclear weapons, and they're bowing down to them. They have 400 nuclear, launchable weapons that can take out the Middle East if they want to, turn it all to glass, and they're after all these countries that don't have nuclear weapons because there's mineral wealth there. There's money to be made, and everything is how it is. I mean, it's just the way it is. It's very scary.
I could save the world if the world would follow my plan to the letter. But my plan is so out of the ordinary that I can't even reveal it to anyone but a very few people. Not at this time. You
Oh
know what
no,
I
no,
mean?
oh no, no, not unless you know encryption and you can send it to me.
I'd like
Give
to
me,
run for president, but I know nobody'd vote for me, you know?
send me the keys in the by snail mail, so I'd have the keys. But that's the only way you can actually do it. It's very hard to, encryption works, but you'd have to do it in several ways of getting the keys to the encryption so you could read it. And I don't know, it's very difficult for the average person to do it. But these terrorist organizations are able to have, Pony Express or whatever, and send the keys to the next whoever they're trying to communicate to. And
I've known two cryptographers. I've met them. One guy's dead. He drank himself to death. He was a real nice guy. He said they lock him in a great big room for hours at a time to work on those codes. And it was like a big vault. Uh, and this other guy, I haven't really been able to get him to explain much about his job yet. Maybe.
it's like Mike Rivero. You watch Mike Rivero, don't you, or listen to him?
All the time. All the time.
And he talks about the encryption code. Yeah, and he actually says, that the terrorists don't use the telephone or, normal, email or anything like that. The NSA is out there to watch us. They're not out there to watch them. They don't really exist as far as they're concerned. They don't really exist because they're funding them. I mean, look at Obama. He's giving weapons to ISIS and stuff to take down Syria. And this is stuff that's going down. I mean, it's weird stuff. It's really
Watch
weird.
Crosstalk, where all things are considered. You can jump in at any time, and we encourage you to do so. It's a show on RT called Crosstalk. It's one of the finest news shows I've ever come across.
Wow.
You get all the different sides of the story, boom, right there, and they got 30 minutes or 25 minutes or something. Highly recommend that show. And they said that we're supplying, when you look at all these factions and all these places where all this terrorist activity is going on, and you look at all the weapons, the guys on the Crosstalk said almost all those weapons and stuff were manufactured in the United States.
Yeah.
That's frightening.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I heard a lot of times it's that they go over there to supply them, the rebels or whatever against Syria or something, and they turn them over to ISIS, and they abandon their post and run over with ISIS. And they're basically having a revolution over there against we the British. We're the new British. I mean, there really is.
The British are coming. The British are coming. Yeah.
That's
right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually figured that out. You know, I figured that out years ago, maybe about 10 years ago or so. I figured that out.
Our primary export is weapons. For our GDP.
Oh yeah.
Our primary source of that money comes from the sales of weapons. That doesn't sound good.
Not when you have people McDonald's flipping hamburgers and calling it a manufacturing. And they're McDonald's is even shutting down. That's how bad the economy's got. When McDonald's and Walmarts are shutting down, you know the economy is bad for us, the average person on the street. that's just wrong.
I've been hearing several big enterprises have been. They said that big box store, that one where you get the cheap electronics, one of those companies are all going under. I heard banks are laying off people like 33,000 this year or something.
Well, that's almost like the manufacturing up in when Chrysler is laying off 3,000 or 4,000 people now, and they're just now are laying off people. The economy's going down the tube. The dollar's ready to collapse. I listened to Calente, what's his name? Calente,
Gerald Celente.
Joe Calente, yeah. And he's coming out and saying it's only a matter of months before all this collapses, and we're going to be in a really bad shape. When everybody loses everything, they lose it. And he's basically, what do you think the government's been buying all these bullets and everything? Several billion bullets. They're getting ready.
I think that's a little bit too gloomy of a picture because I think it's going to be a much slower process over a period of years rather than a period of months.
I've heard that too. I heard by 2020 or something, it's all going to go down the pan.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just seems like they're going at this. I mean, think about it. There must be over 2 million people unemployed. At least 2 million people, maybe 200 million, because there are only 360 million in the U.S. And there's 200 million that's just not looking for work anymore. They just gave up. And people just went, I can't find a job anymore. Even my job went away. I was contracted. I'm looking for contracting work right now, and nobody's calling. That's a bad sign when I'm out there on, on Monster and the rest of them, and nobody's calling. It's pretty
Why
bad.
don't you join the union? Why
Join
don't you
the
join the union?
That's just another welfare job. That's why I was working before, was a welfare job as a
You
contract.
could travel all over. You could become a traveler where you get your sea legs, so to speak, and then you could travel all over the country building big things and doing all the electrical stuff.
Well, the problem
You'd
is,
probably be making take home about $1,000 a week or more, at least 1,000 a week. I don't know.
I'm at a
Probably
point
more.
right now. I'm at a point right now with my mom. My dad died last year at Valentine's Day, and I'm here trying to support her because she doesn't know anything about finances or anything, and I'm trying to help her out, and I'm kind of stuck. I really am. Being the youngest in the family, I'm stuck here. When you're the youngest, you're the one who usually ends up taking care of your elders, and
Yeah,
that's
usually only if you're in Japan. But in your case, I can see where you have the philosophy of love in your heart. So you're going to take care of your mom. So,
oh yeah, somebody's got
in
to do
America now,
it.
the trendies, they shuffle their parents off to the old folks home as fast as possible and take over everything they have. That's the new way.
Oh, that I knew that about 1993. I knew about that because I went to a friend who lived in Kansas, and he worked in this old folks home. It was a 3-level home. It was in a building instead of in these plush places they got now, where they're like dorms, and it was pretty bad. I knew two sister and her mother who died a week apart, and they both start just screaming all the time. I need help. I need this. I need and I figured they put them down. I really do. I really think they put them down. I really do. And it got to a point where I met this one lady from Pennsylvania. Her nephews, a girl and a boy nephew, put her in the old folks home in Kansas, and she had this nice house out in the countryside. And they decided they got power of attorney. When they got the power of attorney over her, they sent her off to an old folks home. And she was talking to me every time I went to her, saying, I want to just go home. I want to go back to my home in Pennsylvania. And I talked to her, and she was cognitive. I mean, she could talk, and she wasn't like had Alzheimer's or anything. And she just wanted to go home. But her nephews took over her estate and sent her away. And that was the end of that. And I got so sad about that, I quit the job after 6 months. I couldn't put up with it anymore. I was seeing all this stuff going on. I was a housekeeper, basically like the janitor. It knows everything that's going on in that place. It's like
Wow.
yeah, it's like in what was it called? The Breakfast Club, when the janitor was talking to the teacher, and he had him back there. And he says, I'm the eyes and the ears of what goes on everywhere. I understand that.
Yeah.
Being a custodian, I was a housekeeper. The same thing. I had the eyes and the ears. I knew everything that was going on in there, and I got to a point where it just depressed me so much. I was crying to my friend that I knew in the Air Force, who was an RN nurse, and I said, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to have to leave. And that's when I came back home. Is when that happened. It was that bad. It was. I mean, when you experience this stuff and you're in there, and you experience what's going on in an old folks home, man, I mean, it had all three levels. It had, you know, the hospice type setting. It had the take care of the elderly while they're sick. It also had the live-in residence. It had all three of them in there. And also had the Alzheimer's, so that's four of them. And the Alzheimer's, that was even sadder. I mean, and I ran into that when I was building these places, these plush places. And I went in there and seen this old guy, and they had a nurse sitting there all the time while he's watching TV, and he just kind of just stared at the TV. There was another guy, though. This is a story. He he wasn't really Alzheimer's, but they put him in the Alzheimer's unit. He was able to watch him when they punched the buttons to open the door up, and he was able to memorize it. So he must not have been. He would go out at night to go to the bars. He would sneak out, sneak out and go to the bar. When they found that out, they told him, "You got to, he's got to go." And they sent him away.
That happens.
Yeah, it happens when you got a guy that say, "Well, it's not really Alzheimer's," and he just wants to go and drink at the bars. That's what he was doing.
They just announced today on the internet. At least I found out that they have a cure for total permanent cure for Alzheimer's, automatic, non-invasive, and it doesn't hurt you at all. And boom, your brain is crystal clear again.
Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of it's from using. I think a lot of Alzheimer's is from taking vaccines and brushing your teeth for fluoride toothpaste, and taking some of these medications that they give you for other things. And I mean, it's a cumulative effect is what it is.
Yeah.
It's actually a cumulative effect. And these people just start to break down. And I think my dad died because he was on these blood pressure medicines, and his blood pressure would drop. I mean, a year before, he just collapsed. And he was out for about 3 or 4 minutes, and we were trying to revive him, and he actually came back out of it. And then one morning, I came upstairs, and my mom was yelling down at me. And I came upstairs, and he's at the back door with his hands up in the air and his eyes rolled back. I tried to resuscitate him because they said, try to resuscitate him. He was still warm. I mean, it wasn't that far away. He had a jacket on, and they said, well, usually that will keep the heat in. But his blood pressure dropped so low that he died. I mean, his heart stopped. And it was...
that happens. That happens.
And
Happened to a good friend of mine just recently.
Wow. He just had heart failure, as they would call it. It just stopped. I mean, it wasn't a heart attack or anything. It just, his blood pressure dropped so low that it stopped. Is that what happened to him?
Well, he didn't feel well, and on the way to the hospital, he had cardiac arrest.
Well, that's almost the same as heart failure. It wasn't a heart attack. Yeah, it's similar. It's not a heart attack. It's just the blood pressure drops so low that the heart stops beating. I mean, it's
Yeah, my friend, I used to go to the off-track betting place. He said his problem was he had too low blood pressure. So
I think
I'd be driving him to work, and he'd slump over against the door, and I would be thinking that he was having a heart attack.
low blood pressure.
Wow.
I mean, that happens right after a heart attack. It's not really a heart attack. It's just that the pressure drops so low that heart just stops beating. It's not like one ventricle stopped or the other one. It's just the heart just stops because the pressure's so low. And I tried to tell my dad to go out and take a walk, and walk and everything, and kind of, do a little exercise by just walking a half a block or something and walk back. And after he takes his medication. Well, you didn't listen to me, and I think that's what it is. That if you're going to take these low blood pressure medications, you still got to be active in some respect. And he just wasn't active. He just sat down and watched TV. I mean, that was his thing. Take these medications and sit down. It's like, no, you got to actually, you know, circulate your blood, you know, a little bit while you're on these things.
Yeah. And my wife takes her snake poison heart medicine. And I looked it up. I said, you see this golden snake, this 8-foot long snake in South America? It's one of the most dangerous snakes down there. This is what they make your blood pressure medicine out. That venom is so deadly. And you're taking that every day. I could see it for 6 months, a year maybe. But I mean, it goes on and on and on. I don't think that's good for a person. Do you?
No. I think that if you're going to take something like that, you've got to at least walk a half a block or something, you know, and circulate after you take it, so your blood circulating, or you know, let your pressure come up while it's bringing it down. And I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, it's a put down. I think it's throwing granny off the cliff type medication. Man, I really do.
I've studied this for years, and I found out the debate finally came in. In fact, I can still remember the night I was at work in my old factory, standing by the drinking fountain by my whirling cutting machine, and I heard on my little radio. I had my radio set up that night, and they said something like, well, the debate's in. If you want to take all these blood pressure medicines, blood thinners, and all this kind of stuff, and on and on and on, you might as well not take it, because the quality of life, when you balance the issue, you might be better off not taking it. So I'm thinking, well, I felt that way anyway. I'm glad somebody did a study on it. It was like University of Illinois or somewhere.
Well, I always think about the idea of watching these commercials on TV, and then they start giving you at the end of say how great it is, and at the end, because they passed a law that says you have to say what the side effects are, and you start hearing these side effects of some of these medications, it's like, I would just keep what's wrong with me than take these medications. Heart attack, stroke, you know, and all this stuff.
Can I bring this up again? There was a lawyer going, there was a robot. It was a special robotic thing that would do some kind of thing for you. And the lawyer goes, no, it didn't work out. And if you've been injured, dial 1-800-BAD-ROBOT. I mean, I think I laughed at that. It was so funny. My old buddy, he died 2 years ago. He was there, and he was laughing too, I think, or almost made him laugh.
I've heard that before too. I've heard this stuff.
And the best one was recently, a few months ago. I was watching this one, and I'm going, did I just hear what I thought I heard? And it goes, if you've been injured, if you were sick, if you had this condition, if you had a loved one, even if you died, call us. And I'm thinking, even if you died?
Even if you died. I wouldn't tell that to my mom. I came up and said, you know, I just saw a commercial where they said, even if you died, you can call and get compensation.
Yeah, the way they had it worded. Look it up.
I couldn't believe they actually said that. If you've died, you can call and get compensation for your death.
Get your flashlight out.
Yeah, give me a flashlight out. We'll talk to it. Oh, that blew me away, though. That was awesome. Yeah, I've heard that before. I've seen these. I've seen them now. They're starting to show the ambulance chasers right after the commercial of a certain medication, and they come in there. If you've taken this certain medication, you can sue if you've been harmed or died.
Let's stop and think a minute. These are on some of the major networks where these advertisements are going to cost millions of dollars. Am I correct? Well, if
Probably.
that's the case, pardon me, if that's the case, then these pharmaceutical companies must have unlimited budgets.
Oh,
And if
they're
the American public is being bombarded with this daily, as we all know that the TV addiction is the norm now, just think of the immense profits that are going to be generated, even with these funny little endings on the commercials. And there's a secret fund for paying out medical claims. Is it vaccines only, or is it other medical claims? No,
it's
it's
a
vaccines
lot.
only. But
It's all
it's
medicated.
like it's crazy. It's crazy what kind of system is going on.
Oh yeah, they're making billions a year, and they're going to give out $1 million, maybe 20 people or something like that a piece, and out billions. I mean, it's like pocket change. They're reaching in their pocket, and going, "Here, have this change." That's what it comes down to. It's like, "Here, have this pocket change," and they keep selling it because the
These
government.
corporations aren't paying their fair share of the taxes, or we'd have something. If you look at the enormous profits of recent day for some of these corporations, they should be giving some of that back to the American people or whatever country their people are in. Why do they get off tax-free making gazillions of dollars and the American taxpayer's living on $10,000 a year if he's lucky for his family of two?
Oh, I know. It's 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 uh it's getting really bad. We're in a depression. It's not a recession. It never has since 2008. It's been a depression. They're saying it's 5.9 and stuff. I've listened to uh, financial analysts who are saying it's nearly 40%. Is in the depression. It's near 40, 45. I think one said it was near 50, and it's like 50% unemployment, and it's that close. I mean, it's really we're in bad states right now. I mean, right now I can't get a job easily as an electrician, as a tradesman. It's like I'm having a hard time finding an electrical job. I see them out there, but it's factories that say, we'll pay you minimum wage if you want to come in and work for us. And it's like, what? What, $10 an hour? That's what the new minimum wage is for an electrician. It's like,
The wages in this country have stagnated and, as you suggest, have even reversed in trends from the 60s.
oh, just 2 years ago, I was making nearly $19 an hour and was doing good, and 20 at one point. And now I can't find anything. It's above $13. I mean, that's 13 and below for an electrician.
For people like you around here can make 20 or 30 bucks an hour. That's it, unless you go into the nuclear thing.
Where I was at Bowen, and I was making $13.50. That was minimum wage to me for my skills.
That's an insult. That isn't a wage. That's an insult to a man with your knowledge.
And I was doing stuff that was basically what they would call welfare work. I was doing simple stuff, but was so boring for my intelligence. It got to a point where I tried to speed it up, and I worked myself out of a job by speeding. That's what I did. I actually was able to come up how to do a particle count and get everything built and everything with almost three units a day. Well, I was going faster than the people who were doing the process of cleaning and whatever else they were doing.
I know you were. I heard you talk about this one other time, and you know what? Why is that? Over the last couple decades, the owners and the companies have requested more and more belt tightening, and they're expecting so much out of one humble worker for reduced wages, it seems like. The wages are stagnant, you know that.
Yeah.
And it's getting ridiculous. I mean,
Oh,
and now they've ruined manufacturing. They've outsourced all our major manufacturing. So I can't see any recovery unless somebody, comes up with some good ideas to build some industry of some kind. Like you said, the unemployment is so high. I'd love to do the research, but it would take me so long, I think, to find the census, compare the census reports in the areas and to the wage and the workforce listings and so on, and try to dig for those figures, and take some time, and then, like I said, you say 40%, maybe we could find out it's even worse. Maybe we could even, call Mike Rivero and tell him what we discovered.
well, he'd probably agree with me. I mean, he said it was at least 30% himself, and I've heard for other sources it's over, 30%. It's up to 40, 45%. I mean, it's really stagnating. What got me with the big B is that they got this contract with the A4 or AF, and they were told we have to spend all the money. What we get, we got to spend it all. We don't want to give any of it back to them. We got to spend it all. Well, I guess I was doing something wrong because I was making a profit for them, but yet they had to give some of that back. And well, that's why I called it a welfare state, because they had all this money that was granted to them to keep this system going, and they had to spend it all within a year or whatever. They had a year to spend all that money, $14 million. They had to spend it all, every penny of it. And it's like, so they didn't have to give any of it back. That telling me it's a welfare system. In the military industrial complex, that's a welfare system.
Yeah, you are correct.
And I was sitting there, and I was just trying to make it more efficient. But I was not doing, I guess I wasn't doing what they wanted to do. And they didn't like what I was doing. Because you're an electrician, time is money. So if you want to make get the job done, you go as fast as you can and accurately as you can and get it done right. And then, your boss makes money. I mean, that's how I was brought up in electronics or at least in the electrical field. And I started doing that again because I was getting so bored. I was used to working fast and doing stuff fast and accurate. Well, they didn't like that. They didn't like that. They just didn't like that. And I got burnt for that. Burns burned me.
Yeah. Well, your only hope to make money is to come up with some kind of little invention, either that or have some little business on the internet or something, because you're good with the internet, so there's no reason you can't have Craigslist and try to avoid PayPal though, because I heard PayPal is just getting too big for its britches as far as I'm concerned. When they want to control us through copyright, and everything you run through PayPal is now their copy. They own it, and they have possession of your documents or whatever, your transactions and so on. And
I've heard other things about PayPal. I heard that
I hate it.
They were taking, extra money and stuff for finance and all types of real under the table scams they were running, and I don't trust PayPal anymore. I mean, after
Tell me you don't use PayPal. Tell me you don't, and I'll be honest.
I don't use PayPal. I do have an
Oh,
account.
good, good.
At one time, I had an account with them, but I don't anymore. I had never used it. So
Me too. Me too.
I had it, but I never used it. And then I started hearing bad things about it just in the last year. And I'm like, well, I don't want to use PayPal. I don't want to use them at all. It sounds great, it sounds easy transactions and stuff, but I don't know. They're starting to become criminals themselves. So it seems like since the government went rogue, everyone's going rogue. I mean, it's man, getting
Yeah.
scary. Getting scary with the roguism. Police are going rogue. I mean, big time rogue. I mean, they're out there. I mean, I just heard about the case out in, what was it, Arizona or Colorado, where someone was filming a cop beating on somebody or something, and he came over and took the camera out of her hand and smashed it on the ground. And but there was other people filming that caught it. Well, it didn't work. It didn't work slamming that camera down because it was all caught on film. Slamming their camera down, trying to catch police doing wrong. I mean, being rogues. They were being rogue. They're like the sheriffs of Nottingham and company. You can't trust the police anymore. I mean, I see a police officer, I'm kind of scared of them. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if they're on SSRIs and they're going to just beat me up because they're delusional. Because they give them out like candy, like they do to the soldiers in Afghanistan and stuff. They give out this medication, the antidepressants, like it's candy, because they're feeling like they're different or something. They get the side effects they talk about on TV. On TV they say you take this antidepressant, you may become violent. You may become depressed. And it's supposed to do the opposite of that. That's what they advertise it, and then at the end they say it does what they're telling you it's supposed to get rid of. And I'm like, really? I'm going to do a cow. I'm going to curve my head to the side and go, really? As in South,
Think it's a way to sell product and make money.
it's all it is. It's part of selling product to make money. The many people they can get on it, the better they're off. I've heard that when in the schools, the nurse, if she can push these onto the students, the pharmaceutical company gets $1,000, and I think the nurse gets $1,000 for pushing it. It's just a drug. I mean, these are drug. You go to a doctor, all I see is a drug pusher in a white smock and a stethoscope selling you drugs, and that's what it is. It's the same as a drug dealer on the corner of the street selling, marijuana or heroin or anything else. I
That's
mean,
why I that's why I have to join a religious organization and become a card carrying member. And then when the mandatory shots come, I'll flash my card. I'm going to show you my card now. And I am a member of a church. So I will be exempt. And if they say no, then I will go to prison. Okay. And I'll be forced to take whatever they have, basically. And it'll be sad.
well, yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, I'm a naturalist. I take vitamins. I take vitamins. Like I said, Source of Gold, which is a very good vitamin. It's pretty expensive in itself, $53 for 30 days, but it's
Does
real.
your pardon me, but does your mother get involved in this good health vitamin stuff? Because an older person can really benefit from stuff. Especially, I found out through all my research, I finally ended up quitting researching because my last little thing I found out was magnesium. It's one of the most often forgot about elements.
Oh yeah.
So,
If you're taking a calcium substitute for weak bones and stuff, as they say the elderly should take, you got to take magnesium to offset the brittleness of the bones. And that's the secret behind taking calcium. You can take calcium vitamins, but you got to take magnesium with it.
yeah. Well, there's two schools of thought on that too. That extra calcium, some people think, not a good idea.
No, it makes your bones
So,
brittle. I mean,
yeah.
makes your bones brittle. That's why you take the
So,
magnesium.
so does your mother have a regime of very good healthy foods and like a Vitamixer and stuff?
She eats whatever she wants to eat, but she takes vitamin E and I'm not sure what the other vitamins she takes. She takes a couple other ones in separate tablets. And I know she takes E. I think she takes calcium, but she needs to take magnesium if she's taking the calcium. I keep telling her that if you're going to take calcium tablets, take magnesium with it. That's a no brainer. I mean, the research out there on calcium brittleizing your bones by itself, get too much calcium and not enough magnesium, you become fragile, like a porcelain doll.
Well, tell me she doesn't drink milk.
Yes, she does. She does drink.
Oh, that is the worst thing in the world for her.
No,
Oh my
I
goodness.
don't drink milk. I haven't drank milk in years since I can't get it naturally. Since I can't
Did
get
you
fresh milk. When I was a
did you
kid,
see the movie? Did you see the movie Milk the Deadly Poison? I've watched it 2 or 3 times. I'm thoroughly convinced. It's not really good for a human.
oh, I used to see the video, not the video, but the website called Not Milk. It's just called notmilk.com. You go there and they'll tell you about all the injections they give these cattle to produce more milk, and it's a growth hormone that's cancerous.
Yes, I know all about it. Yes,
And it's
yes.
called Not Milk.
BGH.
Yeah, and I made a video about that. I actually went on my site. I have a video on my Spellbinder site. It says Not Milk, and it's and I cover that. I actually cover why I don't drink milk. I just said I don't drink it because of this, and it shows these little little in bottles of what they use to inject the cattle with, and it's some hormone. It's a steroid hormone, and they put it in there to make the cattle, the, milk cows produce more milk, and it's got that in there. And then they're saying you shouldn't eat beef also because it's in the beef. Because they take these old cows when they can't produce milk anymore, and they turn them into your steaks and your hamburger and everything else. It never ends. I avoid beef. Pork, I'm not too sure of, but I'll eat pork. Fish, well, since Fukushima, I won't eat salmon. That's my favorite. I love salmon, but I can't bring myself around to eat it after they this week said that, yeah, we're getting particles and stuff from Fukushima on the west coast, from Ventura, up where the salmon come out, and down to LA and stuff. And I'm like, oh great, just poison everything. I can't eat tuna unless it's a tuna that didn't, because tuna is a trades name now. It's a trademark. They use tuna for whatever. It's not really tuna. A lot of times it's a mixture of different fishes that are stuck in the can, and they call it tuna because it's now a trademark, and the name tuna, and it's a trademark. I just learned that about a year or so ago, that tuna is a trademark. You sit there and say a can of tuna for 69 cents. I don't believe there's any tuna in that can. I don't know what fish they stuck in there, but it's not tuna. I mean, they've been doing that type of stuff too. I mean, it's all just amazing of what they've done and say now and make trademarks out of. And it's like honey. Honey's just a trademark. When you go and buy just any honey, like the bee honey with the bear and stuff, that's made out of fructose and whatever else they stuck together with a flavoring of honey. If you want real honey, you gotta go to a guy. It says like Harv's Beehives or Harv's, and it has the cone in it and stuff. If you get it with the cone inside of it, that's true honey. But otherwise, you get this stuff. It's pasteurized sugar and whatever with bee flavoring in it, bee honey flavoring. That's another thing I came across. And they had that on a radio station when I first heard it. 610 TVN AM station, and there were these two guys that would do a talk show in the afternoon, and they brought up honey, and they're saying, most of the honey you buy in the store isn't honey, and if you actually do your research on it, all that stuff is like sugar and stuff with bee flavoring in it, and it's fructose and whatever. It's not real honey. If you really want real honey, you have to go to a bee farmer who actually has bees and get your honey from him. It may be more expensive, but you're getting the real thing. I mean, I got this guy over here. Let me grab his bottle. 100% pure honey. It says honey by Harv's Bees in Utica, Ohio. And he has his phone number on there. You can get a hold of him and call him up. It's 100% pure honey, all natural. Has the beehive in it.
I'll give you some honey. I'll give you some honey that you won't ever forget. And please follow the directions this time, will you? Because they went to the most remote area of the earth in search of the most powerful hallucinogenic honey. And the one guy, I don't know if he was an Asian or what, and they said, no, don't take very much of that. That stuff will knock you for a loop. And he took too much, and they practically had to carry him out of the jungle. And it wasn't pleasant for him, but, and these things would sting you. And wow, that was a dangerous trip.
Killer
it was all videotaped. It was all free on YouTube. YouTube thing.
Or was it killer bee honey?
I know that. And they said that hallucinogenic honey was so in such high demand that, to the natives, I don't know where it was.
It almost sound like killer bee honey.
Yeah, something like that.
Killer bee honey. They don't make as much honey. That is the bad thing about these new honeybees that will attack you and sting you to death, is they don't produce that much honey. And that was a big thing about that. That was a big article about why this guy went down to South America, took regular European honeybees and mixed them with African killer bees. And they ended up, spreading up, and they're down in the Southwest now, all over the place. You see a bunch of honeybees flying around. You don't want to get around them unless you got a big pool of water and to be able to jump into. And then you're going to need something like a reed or something to breathe out of at an angle or something, and so they don't come down your throat. Wait till they calm down and go away. That was a big thing with the killer bees. I mean, I've seen a couple of movies about the killer bees, but I think they're over exaggerated in some respects. But yes, they will swarm you and sting you repeatedly.
You just got to remember, you leave them alone, and they'll leave you alone. But if you ride your tractor or lawnmower over their hive or something, no, then you might be in trouble.
Well, don't wear dark clothes. Wear white clothes. If you're around killer bees, wear white. Usually don't go after anything that's glowing white. The white clothes.
White. Well, I'd like to tell you the local news story right now. Can I be kind of like just a local guy from Illinois telling you a news story?
Oh,
Uh, I pick up the newspaper. Geez, I wish I knew what day it was. Um, Friday. I pick up Friday's headlines in the local paper. And let me see if I can get it here. Yeah. In reference to a murder that was just uncovered. Here's the headline: Truck wash owner killed, cremated. And what happened was, and then I told my buddy, and he goes, they all knew about, and the one guy goes, I knew a guy that lived in that trailer. And I go, that wasn't the same trailer where your buddy lived and you visited him. And he goes, I'm not sure if that's the same exact, but it's in that vicinity. I'm thinking, oh my goodness, because they built a fire pit out by their old trailer and they put the guy's body after they chopped him up and everything. It was one of the most grisly things. The investigators said it was one of the most grisly crimes he's ever uncovered. It just happened in our own little community farming town area.
wow.
That's horrifying. But see, the guy said they had part interest in this business, and you're going to share that with us. You promised us, or one of them anyway. And he goes, no, I'm not giving. And they must have hated him and thought he was so evil. So then they did evil, and then they became evil, even eviler than the original evil. You see how that works? One bad evil trumps the other, and it just ends in horror. And my one buddy, he kept going, yeah, the bones, they dumped the bones in there in the stream, in the river. And guess what? They didn't count on the current washing those bones. I guess bones would float after they're burned, because a bone would be a light porous object, right?
Oh yeah, it'd be light and dry. It'd be
And
a
that's
dry.
what happened.
Mm. And
Their
they got
bones washed up on shore. Something like that. I hated that story. I hate to hear about that. Jeez. Outright murder, first degree murder, basically. Ouch.
oh, I know. It's evil
And,
world.
and that guy had a mom. He probably had a dad. He had brothers, sisters, kids, aunts, uncles, and all of them going, I wonder what happened. Jeez. They're gonna miss him. That's for sure.
Hmm. That's wow. It's really wild. Wild stuff is happening out there. I'm telling you.
Have you had anything like that happen in your neighborhood lately?
No, nothing I've come across.
What about that one case in my old neighborhood about 20 years ago? This girl disappeared out of our old hometown, and that was it. It was like an alien abduction, and she drove her car home and parked it, and nobody ever saw her again. It was one of the strangest cases I've ever heard of. In fact, the odd part about it was her neighborhood was in my old neighborhood.
Wow.
Oh, my Lord. And they used to tie those ribbons and stuff around the trees in her honor, for years. I think there probably, if I went back there, there'd probably still be some ribbons, even after all these years.
Wow.
That was sad.
I mean, we had some incidents several years ago. It's got to almost be 50 years ago. And this guy had this house, and these two guys came in there, and they killed him and robbed his house and everything. They were finally caught and put in prison. But it was just that there was this house right on the road outside my town, and they say it's haunted, but people moved in there and fixed it up and everything, and they're living there now. But it's Hmm. One of those weird things. Very strange and unusual. Strange and unusual.
I keep thinking about that strange UFO case, and now I've got people that thinking I'm out of my mind. My son has turned against me and said, "Dad, if I hear about that guy one more time," and my wife goes, "I still can't get over my wife asking me in a sympathetic tone, whatever happened to Freddie?" And I had to tell her that he's okay now. He recovered and everything. So
Mm.
yeah, that is the most bizarre case I've ever encountered. And right now, after all this humiliation from my family, I have to say I can't fully engage this story, and I must do more research and check on the authenticity of the story somehow. I've almost been thinking about flying out to Washington State. I don't know how that would be possible. Boy, that'd be a nice. It'd be a nice vacation. It's beautiful out there.
Wow. I still think about that UFO case. Is that the one where the guy clobbered the alien and dragged him home?
Yes, yes. Yes.
And watch that video where you see it blinking its eyes and stuff when it's laying there with a concussion. But it healed itself. And then the guy in the interview, he was in front of an audience saying, "Here's a recording of what it sounded like," and it sounded like birds talking. I mean, it was like a cockatoo and other birds making squawks and stuff, and saying, "Do you want a glass of water?" It was like, whoa! Hearing it talk, it was like bird talk.
I heard someone condemning this recording lately, and they said that it's a fake because there is some of his own original recording, but it is overlaid and meshed with. It's a simple recording from this movie Alien thing and he just copied it and then overlaid it. You can clearly see. And I'm thinking, oh man, I don't know. I investigated, but I didn't find his argument to be, that his evidence wasn't quite as strong as I thought it would be. Just because he said he thought that's what it was, he didn't really present both sides of his argument. So, but the one where they said, yeah, his biologist that did the analysis on the aliens' material, supposedly, an interviewer went to the gas station where this individual was working, and the guy ran out the back door. And I'm thinking, I wonder if that's true. Maybe this is a hoax because the doctor had supposed no credentials.
Well, they said they erased him, but there's people who worked there and said, yeah, he worked here. He had an office. He actually tried to get back to his office in a video, and they said, "You're not allowed to be here. You're not allowed to be here because you've been expelled from here." And that was a security guard, and it was one of those things where you just can think about going, "Well, wow, he's trying to walk back into his office, and they wouldn't let him in." And they knew he had an office there. The security guard said, "We're not allowed to be back at your office. You've been expelled from here as a member of this university." And I always think about that too. I always think about, well, he wasn't allowed to get back in. The security guard recognized him and knew you.
Thanks, Spellbinder. Think back, concentrate, look back in your mind's eye for one moment.
Okay.
You're reliving the moment when you saw Freddy's little face with his little eyelid and his little eyeball peering at you. And you know in your heart, there's no magician on earth that could animate an animatronic robot to be so lifelike. You know there had to be a living being. And you
Oh,
could see the red eye effect too. And somebody claims, oh, only the red eye effect can be natural. It's got to be warm blood and the cells have to be shining in a certain, I don't know the technical aspect of it, but that's what they said.
mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking in my heart, how would a person invent a robot, some kind of creature? Oh, they say, oh, it was just a mask with a man inside. That is possible, yes. It could have been a living man inside there.
But it
I
just
don't know.
doesn't seem reasonable, does it? It just didn't seem reasonable.
Yeah.
Like that and went. I'm believing him because he showed the ship. The ship was out there. It was hovering. He got close to it and said once he touched it, it gave him a static shock, and then it stopped messing with the camera. And that was one of those things he said. The camera was like, as he walked towards it, it was messing up. But once he touched it and grounded it, basically, it stopped putting off the signal. And he went back out there after his, I don't know if he went to retrieve his dog or what. I'm not sure, because dog's the one that started the whole thing. Dog heard this creature and ran after it. Creature just went with his hand on it and just killed the dog in an instant. And he picked up a stick because he didn't know what was going on exactly and smacked it in the head. Dropped it. Came up behind it while it was messing with the dog. And well, I don't know. Later on in the documentary, which was actually a conference, I guess, he basically said that he was able to talk to it, kind of. He was trying to communicate with this alien and asking if it wanted a glass of water or whatever. Kept it there he said he kept it there, what, 3 weeks or something before it left? And before it went back home. I mean, that's what got me about it. It was just all this stuff that he was talking about. It's
Yeah, what fascinated me as an artist, I like to see the painted picture of the 10-foot tall, golden robed, faceless being, nice and peaceful with maybe organ angelic music playing in the background, and maybe Freddy, maybe he had a special hooded, like a little green robe or something, and maybe he's back in there all normal again, like he's supposed to be, and maybe a few other, aliens are in there, and the whole atmosphere is so, peaceful and everything, and boom, then you're back, to the physical reality. But just for that one instant, I'd like to paint a picture of what it must have been like inside that egg with that 10-foot tall, golden robed being. That was supposed to make us think that's God, but I don't buy it. I just think it was just like a holy, maybe an angel, basically a golden angel is what I'd have to say. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hello.
yeah. I'm thinking about when you're talking about that. I'm thinking about that wristband. He was able to keep that wristband that the alien had on, the gold wristband. He said he'd stick it on his wrist, and they would put these little pins into his bottom of his wrist, and he was able to concentrate and teleport. and he teleported in front of this audience of these guys who were investigating, who were scientists, and he turned into a light, disappeared, and then he saw these orbs of glowing light come over the area, and these guys are just sitting back watching this. And next thing you know is he teleports right back next to the guy he was sitting to, and he was right there again. This blew me away with that one.
Did you
That's
study the Did you study the alternative image of that whole episode? Because somebody, some
somebody
artist
slowed
or
it down.
something, took and they reversed it and colorized it and changed the dimensions of the, visibility, and they replayed it at different speeds. And when they replayed it, all kinds of little different things pop up in the film. And you're thinking, now how could somebody actually fake something like this? It wouldn't be very easy.
No, it wouldn't be very easy, especially back in the day before we have the technology we have now. I mean, really, because he did that in the '90s. That's before we had all this. You know, it was like the
Yeah.
'90s, early 2000, before we already had all this technology we have today to do special effects, and he was able to do that teleportation right before you. I mean, he actually sat down in front of the camera and said, "I'm going to show you how this band works." And he puts it on his right hand, and he hits a couple buttons on the top of it after he puts it on. Because as soon as you put it on, he goes, "Ow!" Because it sticks these little needles in the bottom of your wrist that tap into your nerves. And then he hits these buttons on the top, and he suddenly starts to sit back, and he starts to light up. I mean, that blew me away. I was like, really? You can
It
do
turns
that?
frosty. It turns frosty, icy cold with frost, just like an icy mug of beer when he puts it on his arm. But when he put it on Freddie's arm, he just, when Freddie was almost dead in recovery, he thought, well, I wonder if I just put this bracelet on, if it'll make Freddie feel better. And when he put it on Freddie's arm, it turned black.
Oh,
Now, how
wow.
could a metal that's silver looking and bronze like, how could it turn black? I could see where something could turn frosty, but not where it could turn black. Okay. I wish you would have videotaped that. You didn't really get to see that.
I haven't seen that particular video. I've watched a lot of them, but I didn't see that one. Was that on video, or he didn't videotape it? He just said it.
No, he said that he had tried it and it turned black. So if we can take him at his word, what would explain that? It's just got to be some advanced. I don't know. I think these civilizations that would be, a million years more advanced than us, I think they could take and harness and control,
It
control
always
everything.
reminds me. It always reminds me the what was it? The Voyage Home in Star Trek when Chekhov got injured, and they're going to do a exploratory surgery on him, and McCoy gets in there in time, and he's in. Well, McCoy, before he gets there, he's in the elevator, and these doctors are talking about doing this surgery and stuff on him, and opening up the skull and everything. And he sits there and goes, "Barbaric! That's so barbaric!" I see that. I can see an
Okay,
advanced as that way.
pardon me, can you keep things going? Can you keep things going for a minute? I'm going to have to go outside for a minute and make sure I got to take my dog out and check on it and stuff.
Oh, okay, no problem. I'll hang in here. I have no
All
problem.
right, we'll have my cat on in my absence.
You have your cat on. Okay. Yeah. There's your cat. There it is. Cat looks occupied. Put my cat. I need to take a picture, a nice picture of my cat, and use it as my icon. That's what I need to do. No, is there anyone else out there that wants to come on? I invite everyone I can on this channel. I have a hard time inviting people from my other channel, considering it doesn't want to cooperate with me. I have no reason why my main channel won't cooperate with me. Yes, it will. Uh, yeah, that's different. Getting some different, getting something different altogether. Clicking on that. Exploratory. Exploring my links. Okay. I'll give you a link. If I could. Huh. Why can I not give you a link? I have such a hard time finding somewhere to post or add comment. There we go. See if I add it. Oh, it did. There you go. I don't know if that's me or the person I'm talking to that responded to me.
Hello.
Hello. Are you here? Yes, you are here.
Yep.
Yep, there you are.
And I was just thinking about that son of a bitch that I wish you could have captured that thing, because that is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. It was hideous. It looked like it could kill you in an instant. And if you could have captured that, you'd have been world famous. That thing that was in your yard.
No,
Son of a bitch, a walking stick
I'm
thing.
talking about my whatever it is on top of a red glowing cat that was looking at me. It looked like a cat. It was walking along and it was looking at me. It was looking at me. Whatever it was carrying on its back wasn't looking at me, as far as I could tell. It was whatever it was on the bottom. Its head's turned towards the camera, and I didn't see it. I'm telling you right now, I didn't see what was there. It was invisible. My camera saw it, but I didn't see it. It's kind of like capturing a ghost picture or something. You know, you don't see it at the time, but when you go back and look at the picture, there it is. As clear as
That is most bizarre. Yeah, most
that.
bizarre.
That had to be the most bizarre picture I've ever seen. I mean, that I took in January. It was like January 13th or something. I don't even know what day that was. I'd have to go back on the calendar seeing what day that was. It was a day I was going out to get the mail, so it had to be a weekday or something. It was something bizarre.
January 13th, that was my buddy that died. I took care of my buddy for 10 years every week.
January
Took
13th,
care of him.
2013.
He was born, he died at about, and you know what? He was buried on Halloween. That was fitting for him. I mean, he ought to be proud of that. He got to be buried on Halloween. I love that idea.
Wow.
Well, just bury me on Halloween, man. That'll be perfect for me.
Wow.
Well, that's how it worked out. He didn't say that, but I'm just thinking, just kind of cool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll try one more time.
Yeah, it's funny you said. It's funny coincidence you said January 13th. It's only been 2 years, or this October will be dead for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're dropping like flies. They're dropping like flies. And then that cesium-137, let's get down to brass tacks. We've got to become activists, nuclear activists. We've got to stop this proliferation of nuclear reactors. It's just absurd. These things are much too contaminant. What should I say? These are much too. It's not. It's going to pollute the atmosphere at some level. It's going to pollute the water to start with, because they're going to use thousands of gallons of water, and that could pick up a few radioactive atoms here and there, and a few more and a few more. And then if a leak or something happens, then what? Then well, it was just a little bit over. We're sorry it happened. Then they pay a few $1 million fine or something, and they just keep going again. And the taxpayers footing the bill.
Oh yeah.
This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous.
Wow. I'm just amazed that they just said this day before yesterday that they're dumping more of the radioactive water into the Pacific. I mean, okay, let's put more into the Pacific. They're trying to kill 1/3 of the life on the planet. Wouldn't have like revelations that 1/3 of the life in the oceans would die? I think this is the fireball that came down on us, and it's just a terminology. I don't know. It's
I wish I knew more about the atomic pile itself. I wish I knew more about the technical and the physics of it. I just don't fully comprehend. I know it's terribly vile and so on, but I just don't know if what happened in my mind's eye. I keep thinking the nuclear pile, it burned down. And so I keep trying to equate it to a charcoal briquette. But I'm thinking, geez, after the millions of gallons of water they poured over that, I mean, it shouldn't be really physically that hot. And I think that's where I'm wrong.
It's irradiating.
I think I'm very wrong.
It's radiating.
I think it's like 2,000 degrees or something. I've got to take a temperature check on that. But those robots, they can't even get those robots in there.
Yeah,
we saw that.
Everyone they send in malfunctions once it gets close, and they want to build a robot, go in there and pick up the pieces and drag them out so they could put them in a container and then bury it somewhere. But they can't get in there because the robot malfunctions before it gets to the rods that are glowing hot, and they're afraid that they're going to knock together or something. I mean, if they have them already, and they're going to just blow up, and small nuclear explosion, not a very large one. But it's the strange thing about the whole thing is they built something, they didn't really build it right. I mean, they put the rods to be pulled out from the bottom instead of be pulled up from the top. Now, if they had had them to pull up from the top, they would have been able to get something and wedge them up and pull the rods out. But no, they had this system where it hydraulically pulled them down, and that all fell after the tsunami hit. And so they couldn't pull the rods out from the bottom. Well, that's where the problem was. All the first reactors they tested, they had them at the top, and you could pull the rods up out of the pool, and shut down the reaction. And they'd been contained because they'd been separate from each other, even though they were probably heated up a little bit, not being in the water. They were started cooling down. But when they started hitting each other and break, that was it. I mean, it's just a bunch of pellets in a zinc tube, and the zinc tubes broke, and all these pellets start knocking together, and they heated up real fast. That's why they got these rods separate so far apart, so it only causes such a reaction. Or when they pull them out of there, supposedly, the reaction is that it decreases the heat and water and everything and shuts the heat down. I mean, there's certain elements of that story. It's like the China syndrome was a good example of a movie. And that's exactly what happened. We have a China syndrome happening. That's what happened in that movie. Is that the reactor fluid turned off, and they couldn't cool it down, so it overreacted. But supposedly they can pull them up, at least at least most of the rods up, and they separate from each other, and it starts cooling down, and that's the cool down period. That was the big cool down.
Yeah.
And there was something
I
about
watched I watched two documentaries, an hour and a half long or something, both of them, all about Chernobyl. And guess what I found out, my friends? Chernobyl happened because one madman who already caused a meltdown on a nuclear submarine and got in trouble for it. One madman was in charge of a delicate machine, and he violated the textbook principle, and his scholarly 26-year-old counterpart goes, no, all the textbooks say it's got to be at 700 megawatts to run the experiments as a safe experiment. Anything below that will not be safe. And he goes, you fools, you morons. And this is what the reenactment said, you're a fool, you moron, I know what I'm doing, or something, basically. And because of one madman, there was a meltdown in Chernobyl. And then the 26-year-old got his other colleague that was a physics reactor runner guy. And he goes, an engineer, and he goes, yes, that's right. And finally, the one guy in charge goes, okay, you want us to do this. I want you to sign the logbook and sign his signature that you told me to do this. And he goes, no, that made him even madder. No. So guess what happened? They took the reactor down to 200, and all of a sudden, boom. And then the reactor goes down to 0 megawatts, and they call the big guy over there, and he goes really hysterical. Then he goes, you idiots, look what you've done. Ah. And by then things really went bad in a hurry. Wow. What a story, man. Chernobyl. Wow, on steroids. Jeez. But my point of the story, let's get back to the point of the story. It's like one real evil, unreasonable man caused this whole problem. He didn't listen to reason. Let's hope this doesn't happen to some missile operator or something. One madman goes berserk and starts giving orders.
saying, I know how it should be done.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know how it was done. That's the point of it all. They think they know how it should be done, and then they never do. Never do. They never understand. Bad man. Bad man. Bad man.
You're just lucky you don't have a lot of nuclear reactors sitting all around your house like I do. I'm surrounded by them.
I'm down.
Any day now.
I'm downwind. I'm downwind of them. It doesn't matter if they're around your place. I'm downwind of them. That's what scares me.
So am I.
I know they have a lot there. There's some in western Ohio. I'm downwind if they're in western Ohio. That's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking, well, they're all downwind from me. They're in western Ohio. There's some in eastern Ohio, so I pity some people in Pennsylvania. And that's a scary point. There's some in western Ohio.
Spellbinder.
Mm-hmm.
Will you do me a favor?
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of wealthy compared to me, and I'm real poor. Could you possibly buy a Geiger counter? and
I want
start taking readings? Because you're not that far away from me, so you know whatever your readings are get are going to be very similar to mine. Mine would probably be higher, but if you could afford to buy a $300 Geiger counter now, you might be able to get a little less, pricey. But would you buy a good Geiger counter and start giving readings out on your Hangouts?
I will when I get a job again. I'm unemployed right now, so I'm poor too.
Can you ask your mom for a gift to buy a Geiger counter? She can afford it, can't she?
She's living on a limited budget right now, so I don't think I
It
can
would
get it.
benefit you both. You could test your fish. You could test everything. You go, I want to eat this salmon, and I don't believe it's good. And then all of a sudden, you could have your dream come true. It's safe this time. You could test 10 cans in a row, and if only one tested bad, then you'd have to test more. But you know,
I heard it's not that easy with fish. They say that to detect the radiation in them at this point, you have to grind them up in the slosh or something, and then take a reading off.
no, that's ridiculous. Whoever told you that's crazy.
That's why I've been
I see
hearing.
these. I see these reports on YouTube constantly of guys. They set Geiger counters in the snow. They set Geiger counters in the rain, and they always put a little plastic cover on it and everything. And the rain's radioactive all the time, and the ground's radioactive, and the fish. Every time I see somebody with a Geiger counter, I go, "Wait a minute," and then they always refer back to this is supposed to be normal, and it's always 50. Since the atomic age began, it was pretty much closer, a little less than 50, but after the atomic age, then it was always about 50 everywhere, 50 clicks per minute. But now we're getting reading 700 clicks a minute around the country. I saw a report. It was so scary. I haven't even looked up a report since I saw that one because there was so many high readings across the country. It was mind blowing. And they always had normal. This is normal. And then they compared to what is now. Hundreds of times more.
100 times, yes. I do have a website though that I use.
Yeah, I got the.
You got that website where it shows you.
Yeah. Nuclear emergency. I couldn't believe it. One time I clicked on it, and there was actually the highest rating on there. What I could go there right now, and it was that big white A, I think. DEFCON 5 or 4 maybe, and I'd have to look it up. It says like something extremely serious nuclear problem. Yeah, I don't remember what happened, but I saw it for myself. Yeah.
I've seen that too. I've seen a couple of places like in Colorado and stuff. It went to A, which is like alert.
That's right. That's right. We've got to stop these nuclear plants. I don't like them polluting our creeks and rivers, streams, and lakes. It's getting ridiculous. I'm not going to spend my money to buy water because they've ruined every good source of water with tritium, whatever. And I'm just sick and tired of it because it's going to build up. It's not going to go away.
No,
these things are leaking.
A million years. I think it's
the reason I bring it.
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason I bring it up is because I'm listening to radio and they go, well, Illinois Congress now, we got to pass laws now to give these more years of running and renew these contracts or whatever for these power plants. And they kept stressing it's such a clean source and inexpensive source of energy we've got 8,000 people. They use the figure 8,000 people, nuclear workers, that will be out of a job. And we've got to keep these things going. But I found out recently there's something known as the Wigner effect, Wigner. And in case you haven't heard about it, it's where invisible radiation goes through things and like I don't understand exactly how to explain it, but it damages the normal atomic structure of that physical thing to the point where that thing just basically disintegrates and falls apart. And just imagine the inner workings of these huge machines, nuclear plants, and they're exposed in close contact to these running fluids that are hot, and the Wigner effect on them is right in direct close contact with them. And over a period of years, this constant atomic bombardment, now according to what's been posted on the internet by these scientists, uh, they this Wigner effect is real, and it does make metal and things fall apart.
Yeah, molecular breakdown.
So,
It breaks down the molecular
so
structure. Yeah. They call it molecular breakdown, I think. Something of that nature also is called, where it molecularly breaks down the actual structure of the atoms of the containment field. I mean, they have lead around it. And they discovered this when they shut down the first nuclear reactor they built. And when they were able to get in there after they pulled the rods out, there was gold layered inside the reactor lead chamber because it actually converted lead into gold. It actually nuclearly turns it to gold. That's something else that they came up with. Turning lead to
I
gold.
don't know if I don't know if I believe that. You're going to have to give me some backup information on that. That's mind blowing.
That was
Can you point me in the right direction?
well.
Can you give me some search words?
Look up first reactor discovered gold in the lead of the lining of the reactor or something of that nature. The
What
lining of
city?
the lead lining turned to gold. There you go. There's a good one to try. I'm sure it's something of that nature, but they discovered that there was a gold lining inside of the reactor because it actually converted lead into gold with the reaction of the protons and everything that was giving off all the neutrons. I think it was neutrons that did it. But they discovered that it was turning lead into gold. Maybe that's what they're doing, is making gold with these reactors. I don't know. Putting lead rods down in there with the reactor rods and turning them to gold.
Gold is very popular as jewelry in China. I just found out yesterday that in Hong Kong they are the world's largest purchaser of gold, raw gold. And it's all sold in these little chain jewelry stores. It's on the back of all the buses in Hong Kong, the jewelry shop name. And on every corner block, there's another such and such gold jewelry store outlet for all the jewel gems and gold that they can get. And then I'm thinking they must have these all over China then. Same thing.
Well, China is the biggest buyer besides India of gold, and they're going to go to a gold currency. They're going to actually go.
I don't see Asians. Yeah, but I don't see Asians wearing a lot of gold.
No, the governments are hoarding it because they're going to back their currency with it. That's going to bring the dollar down to zero here in the U.S. Because ours is just based on paper. The oil is not working out right. It's only $56 a barrel. I mean, that means the dollar lost half its value that it had 3 years ago. It was $102 or something a barrel. And they were backing the dollar on the oil. They called it the oil-backed dollar. And now that's dropping. So ever since they took us off the gold standard because we couldn't pay back people that we borrowed from, and Nixon said, well, we're off the gold standard. We're going to back it with oil. And that's where it took off at. Now, I'm not a crook. And
yeah, stop and think a minute, Spellbinder. Stop and think a minute what we're doing, what humankind is doing. We are digging holes in a sandbox. Let's compare the Earth to a small sandbox. Would you go into your sandbox and just start digging holes like 10 foot deep in every direction? No, because pretty soon you ain't going to have nothing left. It's the same with the Earth. We keep digging these coal mines. We keep digging these uranium mines. We keep digging these oil wells. We keep fracking. We keep doing this, going down geologically. And this, there's a lot of heat and stuff down there, and we could be releasing pressures in certain ways with all this drilling. And we've already had disasters on the Gulf Coast and so on. And this is, how many more years can we keep doing this, folks? That's what I want to know. Is it going to be next year or 10 years or 100 years? What is it going to be when the whole system just collapses? How much time do we have left? The bees are dying. The fish are dying. It's just, wow.
I know. It's all going down the tubes. Man. It's like the fracking they're doing in Oklahoma. They're having earthquakes of 3.0 at least, or at the most right now, while they're fracking. Every time they frack in Oklahoma, there's earthquakes. Daily earthquake in Oklahoma.
That's exactly what my buddy told me a few months ago. He said, for God's sake, man, they've never had an earthquake in 150 years in Oklahoma. And all of a sudden,
they're daily. Daily. Yeah, I got that on my hazmat site. There's a site I got. It's the hazmat site, and it shows that. Actually, shows all the earthquakes and stuff. All the hazards and earthquakes and everything. And it just shows in Oklahoma every day I go there. They've had 2 or 3 or 4 of them in Oklahoma every day. Every day there. It's because they're fracking there, and they're breaking up the ground underneath themselves, and they're making collapses, trying to get a little bit of some type of sand oil out, liquid oil or something with the fracking. And then the fracking fluids are polluting the water on the underground, so your well water is becoming polluted, and you're not able to drink your water anymore. Hell, that guy did, what was that movie? It was a documentary. We went around and he was showing that people were able to turn their faucets on and there was gas shooting out with the water, and they'd put a lighter up there and it'd shoot flames out. All the methane coming up out of their wells. And they had fracking on their property, several 100 yards away or whatever. It was leaking into their well water. All the methane. I mean, yeah, that's pretty bad.
It gets back to water. Water is becoming the most precious element in these giant countries like China and so on. They're buying as many water resources as they can in these foreign countries, and they're getting access to rivers and so on, and lakes.
Well, there's a movie called, what was it called? Blue, what was the name of it? It's called Blue something, and it's about how they're robbing the water out of Lake Michigan and Lake Erie and all these other water sources, and they're sending them over to China because they don't have any pure water in Hong Kong, or not Hong Kong, but in Shanghai and all those places, because they have all this manufacturing that polluted the water. So they're importing water in, so their people will have water. And Nestle's behind it. Nestle's is, Nestle's bottled water. Well, not only do you get their bottled water from them, and they're charging more than it is for a gallon of gas per what, a 18, 20-ounce bottle. They're charging as much as a gallon of gas for 20 ounces of water. And some of the water. I mean, I bought this stuff. It's come from Iceland Springs, and it's $3.49 for a 1.5 liters. $3.49. That's more than a gallon of gas for 3.9 liters. But the only reason I bought it is because it has a pH of 8.88. It's alkaline, and alkali water is good for you. I mean, if you can get alkali in your system, you're less likely to get cancer. That's the word going out to all the health websites and everything. It says you need a higher pH. And they sell these little bottles of droplets you can put in your water and bring up the alkali in your water so you can get rid of the acid out of your system, because all bacterium and diseases like acidic bodies. If you're really acidic, you get cancer. But if you're alkaline, it can't live in that. It's like oxygen to bacterium and viruses.
Yeah, I'm kind of a nutrition authority, and I found out the main thing is sugar.
Oh, yeah.
Just eliminate all sugar from your diet, because that is what causes a lot of these cancers. That, like you said, it changes the alkalinity or the neutrality of your blood, and it changes it to a real acidic blood pH, and that is extremely detrimental to your overall well-being. And these people with these big gulps and these giant sodas and so on, they don't realize how bad that is on their health, their complexion, their mental status, everything. They just don't realize it. And the obesity epidemic and diabetes is just out of control. Can't people see? Jeez, I got to draw them a picture.
Oh, I know. That's why I bought this imported Iceland water that comes from the glaciers.
I wouldn't mind living in Iceland. You know what? There's not that many people there. It'd be nice.
Well, yeah, the economy is probably better per dollar. I sneezed. I sneezed again. Man. Oh. Let me see. I got something I can look up. Kept a copy of it somewhere. It actually gives me what the dollar's worth and everything.
Wait a minute. I got a problem here. My dog is something's wrong here. I gotta stop a minute. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Just a minute.
Let's see it. Should be on my top. Should be up here. What happened to that? Well, I had that on my bookmarks. It's not here anymore. So activity is low. That's good.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? Name the subject. Let's see if I know anything about it. What are your interests?
Where am I interested?
Building radios? I found a book all about building your radio. Build your own radio. I got all different kinds of radios. Now, how the heck am I going to build a radio? I've had no experience, never soldered. I want to do it. It'd be fun. Tell me you build a radio. Somewhere in your training, in your career, you build a radio.
Yes, I used to have a 151 project and build an AM radio. Or wiring it. Remember the old Radio Shack? Our Radio Shack had the 50 and 1, and then they had the 150 and 1. And I had the 150 and 1. That has a lot more electronics on it, and it has little spring things. You can just wire stuff together and make circuit boards. And you had a place to put ICs in it. I still got it around here somewhere. I don't know where I got it at. But you can build anything out of that project. It's like a learning project for building electronics. Gives you a book, shows you how you can wire it up, all that stuff.
How hard would it be for me, as having never done it before, I want to build my own ham radio receiver.
Own ham radio receiver. I don't even know if I have a book. I don't have a book nearby, but I do have books on how to build these things. I do have a book. It shows you exactly how to go about putting one together and how to do the circuit boards and everything. I haven't done one in once. It's not real hard. You just gotta follow the instructions of how to set up the circuits and wire them together. I mean, wire everything. So you have a plus and a minus side at the end of the board. You have the minus, which is the ground, and you put your ground on the other side of it. Then you have a ground in the cord.
There you go. I wonder how many parts a radio has. As an electrician, as a math person, can you tell me? Yeah, like a ham radio has so many, an AM radio would have so many, and percentage-wise, and can you kind of interrelate it to me? Well, you see, there's a crystal, and there's a tuner, and there's this and that. How many parts do you think there are? Like an automobile has.
Oh, probably a couple of hundred. If you want to make one that has continuous from, say, 0 megahertz to up to near a gigahertz. Now, you get near the gigahertz, you're starting to talk about cell phones and stuff. You know, you get near the gigahertz, 1.4 gigahertz, you're in the cell phone range, and you can receive, up to that. I have a scanner that scans all that stuff. I mean, it scans. Doesn't do short wave, but it scans all the radio frequencies. So I can pick up, one's from was it 107 to 1.4 gigahertz, and it will scan up to that and pick up all the radio frequencies. In other words, police, fire department, all that stuff. Private, walkie-talkies, all that stuff.
I have a question for you, a very technical question. I have a very powerful radio. It can pick up like Chinese stations and stuff.
That sounds like a short wave, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I want to know, when I pull that super long antenna up on my transoceanic, and if I would take not an insulated wire, but a copper wire, I don't know what size, thin, if I would tie that, no, that's wrong. If I would solder that on the very top of my metal antenna that comes out of the radio, and then I would take and keep that wire from touching anything, like buy insulators, screw in insulators, and I guess I could loop it through each. I don't know how you do that. I think you'd want to keep it straight. Yeah, I just put it through the holes in the insulator, and it's not going to be touching any wood or anything, and somehow get it out of the house, drill a hole, and then put it. Now, see, I've got aluminum siding, so I don't know how that's gonna. I'm gonna have insulators. I'll just have to screw the insulators and put like a 25-foot section, maybe make a rectangle or something on the outside of my house.
Okay.
Would that act as a good antenna, or do you know about the linear or the dimensions of whether I want a straight line or I'm not sure on that.
Well, I have a Radio Shack DX398. It's basically a what you call it, short wave. It's equal to it. It has a plug on it that you can actually plug in, and you have to have a ground on one side of it to bring the signals in. That's how that works. You ground one of the wires, and the other wire, you just run it 150 feet. That's all you need to do. 150 feet or less, 25 feet. You can run it outside, and you have it plugged in, and you can turn it on, and you'll pick up everything on that. But one of it has to be hooked to ground. That means to a pipe or something that goes into the ground, and it will bring in signals on the ground side of it, because that's what pulls it in. What it is, the ground is the end of the circuit. The antenna is the entry of the circuit. So your antenna will be bringing in the signals. It'll go through your radio. You'll hear everything, and then the ground is your magnification, and that's how it magnifies the shortwave signal. That's basically how that works.
Is this going to be a good idea to solder a copper wire on there and run it out of my house?
Well, you don't have a plug on your shortwave for antenna?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because usually they have a plug on here where you can plug it in, and it's like an earphone plug. And you plug it in, and you have, what it is this one of the wires, which is the ground side of it. You have to figure out which side is the ground, which would be the one that touches the outside of the where you plug it in at, and the other plugs into the inside one where it has that little what do you call that? Like a I'm trying to think of a name to call it. It's like a seesaw type thing, or a swivel type. How you plug in an earphone, anyways. And it's basically the same thing like an earphone in a way, but you plug it into the antenna side of it, and you take that one that grounds to the radio and ground it, and then the other one that goes into the circuit itself is what you're going to pull in when you turn it on. It's going to pull in whatever signals are out there. Like I'm looking at this radio right now, and wow, I missed my plate off the back of this one. Where'd it go? It must be in my pouch here. I don't know how that came off.
You got me interested now. I'm going to build a shelf here. I'm going to bring my radio out here. I'm going to build a shelf right here where I sit, put that radio on there, and I'm going to start tuning it in every night until I find something. Because most of the time, if you're like me with your, I don't know what it is, has all these frequency capabilities, I can never find anything. Sometimes I can hear an airplane guy, or sometimes I can hear a railroad, or sometimes I can hear a guy on a ship. A lot of times I can hear guys on ships. But sometimes I can hear propaganda from Singapore or Hong Kong or somewhere. And but that's about it. And I'm thinking, well, the only reason I can hear those Chinese stations is, well, they have unlimited budgets for their underground stations, and they just sink it in. It's just a regular state-owned station for them, their ham radio, so they can broadcast anything they want. So you got to beware.
I just have a ham receiver is the only thing I got right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just ham radio with a lot of stuff on it. I found my lock key. There it is. Turn my lock off.
Well, you tell me if you've ever got a lot of broadcast reception on that
Let
radio.
me go to.
I think you got to really have a big antenna because we're so far away from, well, we're not far away from Chicago or anything.
Oh, see, I got this. Well, I can get. Well, let me hit my sets. Okay, I'm getting something on 5.850 megahertz. It's not coming in very good because I'm not got an external antenna for it.
Yeah. That's always the problem.
Religious channel.
Yeah, I noticed that on the amateur bands, you get a lot of yeah.
Oh yeah, because a lot of people across the world get a shortwave radio receiver, and they're just listening to whatever they can pick up, on shortwave, because they don't have like AM, FM stations normally.
You mean like in third world countries?
Yeah, third world countries, they only are able to pick up on shortwave, so that's all they listen to because they don't have a local AM, FM station. They have just shortwave, so they'll go through the shortwave and look for a frequency. Let's see if I can get this thing to step down. Okay, it's stepping down now. At night, you can get the lower frequencies. In the daytime, you can get the higher frequencies. So I'm at 60 meters right now, which is how long the antenna has to be, basically, is 60 meters at 5. And see how I'm talking about 150 meter antenna, 150 foot. That's less than, that's actually 150 meters less than 150 foot. And I'm down to 4.8, 4.75. It's going around again because it would do that until I change the step on it. I have to step up the frequency. Okay, it's got frequency and it's got that's mini wave. Mini wave, I think, is AM. Yeah, that's AM. Whoa. I don't want that on there. Then you got long wave. Now, long wave is what the ships use and everything. That's like 225 megahertz. And you get a lot of static on that. And that's just below AM, where AM, because it only goes up to about 513. And after 513 megahertz, it goes to AM frequency.
Ah.
And that's long wave. We call it long wave on here. Mini wave is AM. And you're on that one there, you have to, you go to the next level, and you can step up on it. And it's going through 5.5, 5.6, 5.7, 5.8, 9, and it goes over again. That's 49. That's the 49 meters, 49 meter antenna.
Is yours a digital?
Yeah, it's all digital. It makes it nice. It really does. Actually makes it nice to have a digital.
My radio has a fine tuning, and if you just barely tune that fine tuner, sometimes you can get a station. Unlike your digital, which I think could miss stations.
It can. They're not picking up enough signal. It'll jump over it. It has a threshold. And if
Yeah.
you hit the threshold, it will actually pick it up. I'm doing it one channel at a time, so it's kind of like I'm kind of doing that.
I got a book with mine and it tells you what frequencies are for what. Like you said, certain times of day and stuff.
Hmm.
Let me go get that book. Can you wait a minute while I run back and get that?
Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right. Yeah. All right.
I have a copy of a book like that too.
I gotta get.
One meter.
Intimidate. We're going to have our way. We're going to have the way of life.
Probably GCN. I used to listen to Alex Jones on the shortwave before he got his own internet site. That's how I used to listen on GCN. I haven't pulled this out in a long time. Still wondering if the batteries are holding up on. It's 218 on here. Huh. Oh yeah, I also got a thing I can get sideband on here too. I can actually hit it from AM to sideband or LSB, low band, single low sideband, low sideband, and upper sideband. So if I come across something that's going walk, 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 I can hit the lower sideband and see if it's on there or the upper sideband. They're splitting the band is what they're doing. I haven't hit one yet. That's usually around this area.
Nothing on.
Well, I got like 3 stations, and I think one was GCN, the Genesis Broadcast Network or Genesis Communications Network. That's why I used to listen to Alex Jones on that before back in the 90s. I used to listen to him on that. And then he got on the internet in 2000 something. And I started listening to him on that. And then I gave up on him and went to Mike Rivero. And he's on GCN. So he's also, he probably is on shortwave also.
I've got a major malfunction now with my transoceanic. You see, I left it on for so long. Here again, I left something on. Well, I had to because I was afraid if I shut it off, it would never go on again.
Oh no.
Okay. So after a few weeks or a few months of leaving it on, I decided I better put it away, and I had to shut it off, or I unplugged it. And what it's doing, it's powering on, and the meter needles are rising, but it's not fully powering on for some reason. The switch may be bad. So I'm going to have to mail it to you and have you dissect it and then resolder that switch for me, since you probably can do that real easily. And then I'll have to pay you quite handsomely. But see, that radio was my dad's radio, and I was lucky that I got a hold of it.
It kind of looks like something out of military kind of look to it, and with dials.
It's just a no. It's a Zenith. It's a Zenith, transoceanic Zenith.
It's oceanic.
Let's see what number it is. Zenith. Let's see. I got the book, like I said. Model R7000. Okay. And in case it ever goes bad with the belts that wear out on this device, I happened to find a YouTube belt substitute that I wrote down in here. In case in the future. It's AM, FM, long wave, and VHF. Okay.
Wow, they only use VHF now for military, so you got very high frequencies.
I wish I could find a year. I'm not sure of the date. Yeah. There should be, if you want to check international broadcast, SW3 Mega 9.9, shortwave 3 for the time check. Shortwave band 3. Yeah, and they've got it in all the foreign languages too. That's nice. No wonder it's so thick. Huh. Yeah, here it is. What's on each band? Okay.
I'm still looking for the harp.
Yeah. Did you hear about the CERN sent off 2 rings of electricity or something? It went out of control. Did you hear anything about it? I think the test was the 24th.
Great, it went out of control. Now it's starting to sound like messengers. Oh no. Sent out 2 waves of what? Energy?
Yeah. 2 rings of energy or something. I haven't read much about it, but something happened. Kind of crazy.
Crazy. Man, crazy stuff. Shooting out 2 waves under the distorted time space. I haven't got any sidebands yet, and I'm at 12 megahertz. I don't know what's going on with it. Normally around 12.
All right, I got it to turn on. Now I'll never be able to shut it off, Spellbinder. I'm going to have to tell everybody in the family never to turn it off for all of eternity.
For eternity.
Be just like my dad sitting there every time. Like, yeah, Dad's alive. I can hear him squawking away. Yeah. Yeah, I just love that radio. I was brought up in the '60s when they had glow in the dark radios. We had our CB, our KLJ 2125, and we had little cards printed up with that. The whole family was on there. I think I don't know. Were you a CBer family
What?
back in the '60s? Were you a CBer family?
Yeah, I used to have a CB in early '70s. I started getting into CB, and I used to have one I had set up on one of those serve tables. I would put the magnetic mounting antenna on that to be my ground plane, and I was able to talk at least 5 miles easily. I was able to get a 5 mile reading. I used to talk to truck drivers off of 70 because it was only about a mile and a half away. Talk to truck drivers. I used to get 5 miles out of my upstairs room, and I used to play with it. It was interesting. Interesting having a CB. I still got the CBs, but I just never hooked them back up on a car or anything. I still see people drive around with these big antennas on their car, the big whips. Remember those big whips that people used to put on their cars?
Yeah, mag whips. Yeah, Magnum whips. Super El Grande. Yeah.
They'd
Yeah,
be,
I love it. My whip's bigger than your whip. Yeah.
they'd probably get 25 miles off of that. I wouldn't doubt it. They'd get 25 miles easily off of it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Those big whips. The whips used to be the way. Oops, I can't turn it off when I do that. There we go. Well, I still got.
If you watch the old tube radio network every Saturday night from 10:30, well, here our time would be 10:30. Your time would be 11:30. It starts at 11:30 Saturday every Saturday night, and what he does is he has check-ins and people call in on their CBs. Here, I was thinking it was ham radios for some reason. Man, I was unaware. And every time somebody calls in, and he flashes that up on his website, the exact radio that was back in the '60s or whatever, early '70s. I think they stopped making them, and he has a picture of all the advertisements and documents, the price maybe, and different specs on it and stuff. And I was telling my wife tonight, when they call in and when they say, I've got the Browning Golden Eagle, you know they're either well-to-do or really an aficionado that really had to have it, because the Browning Golden Eagle CB, that was the top of the line, evidently, you know. And but I'm into ham radios more than CBs, actually.
Yeah, I never got a ham because you had to have a license, but I don't know what the clause is now for it. I don't know if you still got to have a license, or did they drop it down a little bit so everyone can get on a ham if they can buy one. I don't know.
No, you got to have a little certificate or something, but that's not a biggie for you. You can get that in a few dollars. I think it's only a few dollars, and you could be set up.
Did they still require you to know Morse code?
They did away with that quite a while ago.
That's what I was wondering, if they did away with the Morse code part of it. Because I know they used to have that for CBs even. Even CBs, you needed to know Morse code at one time.
Yeah.
They took that away.
I have the tests and the sample tests downloaded, and I even tried to progress through, level 1 test for your amateur, just so you can, have it. And then level 2, I tried to go through the test, but, you could try it for yourself and see, once you get ready to take it, if you can pass them on the fake tests online, then you could say, yeah, I'm ready. And then you could, boom, $35 or whatever, you could start broadcasting on ham radio.
Yeah, because I was wondering about that. I mean, I know, SOS and the major stuff you need to know. I mean, the emergency stuff. SOS.
Yeah.
What is it?
That's an expensive hobby for you, man, to buy all that equipment and then dig a hole, set up an antenna, climb a steep one, wire it all up way up in the air and 300 meters or whatever. And man, that would cost you thousands of dollars. That's a hobby for a rich man.
I had a antenna for my scanner at one time, and I had a 20-foot mask, but I was able to put the antenna on there and then set the mask up and then put the guy wires off of it to hold it steady. You know, the guy wires that you use to hold it from swinging or falling over, basically.
Where at? What city?
Las Vegas.
Oh, cool.
And I was able to hook my scanner up there, and I had a real good scanner. I was able to listen to all the military aircraft and stuff. I was at Nellis Air Force Base, so I got the frequencies for Nellis Air Force Base jets, and I was able to hear them out there on the range and stuff doing their stuff. It's like 200 and something. What was it? 200 and something megahertz VHS, I guess, or VHF. It was on
what was your antenna made of? I gotta know. Was it just like an iron pipe, or what was it? Was it like a regular configuration, like a? What did it look like?
It had a single pole going up at the top, and it had like 12 spikes coming down. I bought it at Radio Shack, and there was a receiving antenna for shortwave. It had rods coming out the bottom of it that at the top of the pole, and it came out of the bottom of the antenna, and the antenna shot up about 3 feet or something like that. And it used the lower ones as like a ground post for it, and it was able to bring in the signals that way. It was an interesting design. It kind of looked like a cone made up of 12 different rods sticking at a 45-degree angle downward. And then it had the post in the middle of it that went up the antenna itself that stuck up. And I had that sitting up there for a while. I had outside the window and ran it in through the window and stuff using coax cable. And was able to actually pick up everything on the range. I think I had ground on it too. I think I grounded the post and everything just for SMGs, and it brought in better signals. I stuck in the ground rod. It was probably no more than 3 foot long. Yeah, copper, and I just banged it in, put all the stuff on there with the clamp and everything, and ran a copper wire down, solid copper, and ran that down. And it was only 15 feet tall. I don't think it was 20. I think it was 15. But it was these pieces of pipe you could stick together. One had one part on the top is smaller than the one you stuck on it, and you could stick another one on it, and you could build your post up on that. And I think I had they're 5 feet a piece or something like that. So I had about 15 feet up. And it was good enough to pick up the range and everything. So I was listening to the Nellis range and listening to all the frequencies out there, all the aircraft out there doing their maneuvers and shooting each other and going, I got the bogey, or I'm coming back home. They'd use their little code names. Kind of like what I used to listen to on the ACMI pod. On the ACMI pod they had on the aircraft, they would talk to the pilot. And if he was hit by another enemy, because they simulate all this stuff, it was all simulated. The aircrafts communicate through these pods and everything in the range, and the range recorded it. And he'd say someone pickled off a missile or gun or something, and this woman's voice would come on saying, Red, you're dead. It must be time to go home.
Yeah, they use the word dead. Huh?
Oh yeah, red, you're dead. And that meant he was hit by a missile or guns or whatever, by aircraft gunnery or something like that. And the pod would tell him that this ACMI pod, the aircraft maneuvering instrumentation subsystem, with an I at the end, so it's Acme. Just call it Acme. Kind of like
You were
Acme,
in,
huh?
you were in the Air Force, right?
Oh yeah,
What rank were you?
sergeant. When I got out,
You were a sergeant.
oh yeah,
Oh man, that ain't no small change, buddy. I
now
know that's a big, pretty high rank. That's good.
I'd like to make.
Wow.
Wouldn't mind making staff sergeant, which is one stripe more, which is 4 stripes, but but I didn't stay in long enough. I decided I had enough of it after 4 years. I said I had enough of this because I was already in the Air National Guard for 4 years, so I had 8 years altogether. And I was almost a sergeant when I was in the Air National Guard, but when you go to the regular force, they look upon you as like, you haven't been in that long because you're only a weekend warrior. So they took a stripe away from me. I had 3 stripes. I was a senior airman. I had 3 stripes without the star, and they took 1 stripe away from me, and I had to build up over a year or so to get my stripe and a star back, and or get my star afterwards.
I keep envisioning you getting in the cockpit of a fighter plane and just hitting the start switch and just taking off and flying. Is that what happened?
No, I was actually a ground crewsman. I was a weapons crew. I did
Oh,
all the weapons stuff, and then they cross trained me into crew chief. So I got to go up and actually go up, and I had to get in the cockpit. Yeah, I do. Yeah, you can imagine me in the cockpit. I go in the cockpit and make sure everything's turned off and everything is safe. Like one time I got in the cockpit and this Japanese, uh, I guess a captain, left all the pins out. So I'm sitting in the cockpit and I'm looking around, starting to do the stuff I normally do to turn, make sure everything's off. I look around, I'm saying, I don't see no ribbons. I don't see no red ribbons in here on the seat or anything. Because they have these red streamers saying, remove before flight and stuff. And there was nothing in there. I was sitting in a hot seat. I was actually sitting in the ejection
wow.
hot and everything else, because that's what you usually do. You go in there and you put all the pins in if they're missing and stuff. But I realized he didn't even have them in the seat, so I had to pin in everything on the seats and everything. The safety
I
to
don't know
seat.
what you mean by pin. Is there literally a cotter pin that you put in a hole to stop a switch from activating, or what are you talking about? A pin?
It's a pin. It's like about like the size of a diameter of a pencil. It's about maybe 2-3 inches long, and it has a streamer on it. It says caution, remove before flight, and it's red. Well, none of that was in there, and you had to stick these pins in certain ports where you had the ejection handles, so you couldn't pull them up. You know,
Oh my lord! Whoa!
he didn't do anything. Next time I saw him, I said, you owe me a 12-pack of beer, but I never got it.
Oh!
You owe me a 12-pack of beer because you put me in the cockpit with nothing pinned. There was nothing, none of the safety pins were in. You just got out of there.
Oh!
And I had to go in there and make sure all the switches were neutral or whatever, norm or whatever. And that's when I realized nothing was pinned in the cockpit.
Did he get written up? Did he get reprimanded? Did he get in trouble?
Nah, captain? Nah, captains don't get in trouble for that.
Oh!
They don't get in trouble for that. It's my
All right.
responsibility, apparently, to make sure that thing's safe. But
Yeah.
normally I would get in there and the guys that come back and I'm crew chief and all, they make sure all the pins are back in and everything for me. And all I had to do is go in and check the cockpit, and that was about it. Make sure everything was in off norm and whatever.
Yeah.
Well, that was kind of scary to get in there and realize I'm sitting in a hot seat, a hot eject. Yeah, nothing like that. And
Huh.
afterward, I was in, like I said, I went to Cubic Defense and we're out on the flight line loading pods up on the aircraft because that's what they hired me for. Since I was a weapons troop, I could, put missiles on the aircraft wing. I could put pods on it. And they had a B-57 come back down. And on its way taxiing, one of the guys popped out of the back of it. I mean, it has like a 30-foot tail on that thing. He went over that tail. He wasn't strapped in his seat. His ejector, somehow he set the ejector seat off when they were there. He
Yeah.
didn't pin it. And he went flying over the back of that tail. It's like over 30 feet and landed on his head, and that was the end of him. And that was one of
Oh,
the incidents out there. And he
were
was
you
he was like,
there?
yeah, he was a navigator. I watched it happen. And I'm sitting there
Oh
going, wow, pop down ground level. His chute's not going to come open because on the B-57, the chute doesn't open unless you're up 2,000 feet. So
my.
his his chute didn't open, but he was in the chair until it came out, and he went over the wing, and he separated from the seat because he wasn't fastened in. He landed on his
Mm-hmm.
head, and that was the end of him. And we had another one come in, a F-16. He came down, and his front landing gear collapsed. He's
Oh.
sliding. He slides all the way to the end. We have a golf course at the end of the runway. Where he got to the golf course, he flipped over. He's upside down. The fire department's there within seconds. I mean, they're there in seconds, and
Yeah.
he's sitting there, and they're watching him, and they see him starting to go for his ejection. He wanted to pop out of there. They're going, "No, you do that, you're going to burn yourself up because that's not going to lift that aircraft off of you. Your ejection seat. It would just fire the rockets off, and you're going to fry." And they had to talk him down because he was panicking. I can see why. He went down there and then flipped over, and he didn't know the plane was going to blow up or what. He was ready to pull the ejections and try to get that off him. I watched that one come down too.
Was
There
that
was the
smoky?
huh? It
Was it
was
smoking?
it was smoking around it and stuff, but it would have been smoking more in that canopy if he had pulled those ejection switches on there, his little levers. Yeah, it would fried him. He was burned up inside that cockpit.
Well, he should have known that from his training that he couldn't set it off when it was upside down. That should have been some of his basic instructional survival skill, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but he was panicking because of the incident. He was in.
Oh,
When it
it's
flipped over, it flipped him out. I mean, he was about ready to do it, but he didn't do it. They talked him out of it, saying, "Don't eject. We're going to get you out of there. Just don't do it, and then we'll pull you over, so you can open the canopy up. Just open the canopy, not eject out of it. Just open the canopy up and crawl out." And they got him out of it. And then another incident was a French commander that came over for TDY for training. Well, they had a party the night before. This is kind of an interesting story. And I went. Well, I was in Cubic, so we went to the party because the French invited us, and they were drinking brandy and French wine. Now imagine that blackberry brandy with French wine. It's not that bad. Actually, it's pretty tasty. Actually, if you ever get a chance to try blackberry, brandy with French wine that's real dry. It's a dry wine, so you put the blackberry brandy to sweeten it up a little bit. Well, they were partying until about 11. We left there about 11, and they were still partying until probably 1 or 2. Well, the next day they went out on a mission at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, the main guy, the commander, came back in and forgot to put his landing gear down on his Tornado, or it's one of Tornado. It was the what was it called? Now I'm starting to forget the name of the aircraft. It's like the Tornado, but it's bigger. It's they call it. But he forgot to put the landing gear down. And he came down and he skidded on the runway, and it shot sparks up. We're out there watching that too. I got to see a couple of these incidents. And it shot up sparks and everything. Then you see flames in front of the intake engine, where the intake is on the front of the aircraft. And, and you see this cockpit open up, and you see this stick figure car. It's kind of, a certain distance away. He jumps out of the cockpit, and that's probably about an 8-9 foot drop. He just jumped out of it. He's running. You see this guy running towards Sunrise Mountain. That's what it was called on the other side of the flight line, the Sunrise Mountain. And then the fire trucks get there within seconds. They foam it down. It's out. They had to actually take that aircraft apart, put it on a flatbed, send it to the East Coast, and then ship it back to France. I don't know what happened to him. He was the commander.
Was that a test flight?
It was a training flight.
Yeah.
It was a training flight. He went out there to train, out there to see if he could get the bad guys, which I used to work for. I was the 65th aggressors. We used to play the Russians. During that time, we're still, it was still playing with the Russians are the enemy, and they were the bad guys, and they had the 64th, which was the bomber unit, and they used to play the bombers. And they're in these we're in these little darts called the F5. The F5E, which looks like a T-35. I don't know if you know what the T-35 looks like or the F5. It looks like a dart. And they figured if you can hit that dart, you can hit anything the Russians have. And that's why they used it. But then once I got out of there, they changed over to the F-16. It has a big tail on it and it says bullseye. Hit the tail, hit the vertical staff on that aircraft, and you take it out. That's why I never understood why they went to the F-16. The F-16 was a target. I mean, and F-5 was not a target. F-5 was something to contend with because, like I said, it was a dart. It looked like a dart, basically. And like I said, if you could hit the F-5, you could hit anything. But they went to the F-16 with the big tail on it. And the F-16 has that big, vertical tail on it. And that thing looked like a big target to me. I mean, it was like, all you had to do is aim for that tail and take that out, and the jet would spin out and go down.
Yeah, without that tail, I guess it's the critical component for the steering and everything.
Oh, yeah. The vertical staff on there, that big old fin they have on the back of the aircraft. Well, the F-5 had one too, but it was only about a quarter of the size of it. The F-16, it seemed. And it was like, why didn't you go to 16? Why didn't you keep the F-5F, F-5F, build more of them or something? It was done by Northrop. I mean, Northrop could easily start building them again. They weren't expensive as the F-16 to fly and everything. I never understood that.
There's money to be made on the improved model.
Oh, yeah, F-16, yeah.
That's money, more contracts, and more,
That's what
more everything.
Yeah, that's what it came down to. Money. That's what it came down to. It's all about money. It amazed me. Yeah. And then I got out, and then Cubic got turned over to Ford Aerospace, and I wasn't going to transfer over to them. I had enough of doing with Cubic was okay, but I didn't want to go to Ford, who makes Ford cars. Flip over, read instructions, read directions, or whatever. Ford, and so flip over, read directions. Ford Aerospace came in because they said that Cubic was being a monopoly, and so Cubic had to sell half their assets off, and Nellis became one of the ones they lost the contract on because Ford underbid them. Well, it turns out later that Ford Aerospace was caught selling secrets to the Chinese before we were really friendly with them, and well, they got in trouble.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't keep the people you had. Yeah, they're selling secrets off of the ACMI system, I think, to Chinese, and they got caught. So that's what happens, when you change over to somebody else who bids under you. You might as well have kept the people you still had that weren't selling out to anyone. Mm. That's one of the reasons I didn't want to go Ford Aerospace. I went Ford Aerospace, really? Ford?
You know,
Flip,
never heard of it.
yeah, it's called flip over redirections. That's what I always heard that a Ford car was.
I keep thinking you're talking about Ford cars, but you're talking about Ford airplanes or something.
No, I'm talking about the ACMI system that Cubic used to have with the pod.
Oh,
They
that's right.
they had to sell out. They had to split up their monopoly. Supposedly they had a monopoly. You've got a monopoly because you're the only ones doing this for all the Air Force. Well, the Air Force learned their lesson from that. I hope doing something like that.
Yeah.
They sure kept Cubic. I'd still be working there probably if they wouldn't have sold out the Ford Aerospace. That's when I decided to head back homeward. I thought, well, it must be about time to head back homeward after I spend my $15,000 I have and in my well, I sold out on my 401 and everything and took the money, bought a telescope, decided to stay in Vegas and go out in the desert and enjoy my astronomical observations and got to see a lot of stuff out there in the desert, especially up around Area 51. But that's
Did you run into any old gold mines while you were out there?
I did a lot of that. There's something called the Mormon Mine. It's to the west of Las Vegas, past Red Rock, up in the hills. You have to go over there. There's a road that'll take you so far, and you go up to this thing, and it's an opening probably 25, 30 feet round. I mean, it's a big opening, and it's a big tunnel. It goes all the way through the mountain to the other side. They just dug right through the mountain. And at the time I heard the story of it, is they thought they were mining lead. It was a lead mine, they thought. Well, they found out after a few years that they were actually mining silver and were selling off silver to be made into bullets. So there's a lot of silver bullets, and I wonder what happened to those.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a silver mine. They didn't realize that mountain was full of silver veins in it, and they were mining it out thinking it's lead.
That's weird.
Oh yeah, they couldn't tell the difference between lead and silver. I guess not, because silver tarnishes, so it kind of looks like lead, and maybe that's why they thought it was lead. Because even lead, if you cut off where it's tarnished itself, it looks like silver. It has but it's duller. It's a little duller than silver it is.
Yeah.
And they didn't know they were actually mining silver and selling it off as bullets and stuff, making bullets and everything out of it.
Weren't you telling me that you visited a cave out there somewhere?
Oh yeah, there was a cave that went down 4 levels. There was a 4-level cave that it was in the Red Rock Canyon, and somebody knew about it, and we drove out there. You could only drive so far, and then you had to hike about less than a quarter mile, and then you climb up this side of this hill. I'd call it not really a mountain or anything; it's just a hill, and you climb up, and there was an opening, and it looks like they barred it off and stuff. And I heard the story about why it was barred off, but somebody went up there and pulled the rebar out, and were able to go into it. Well, the first room was huge. As you drop down into this thing, it was a huge room. And if you went to the back of that room, there was a drop off again that was only about 4 or 5 feet. And you just kind of climb down in that. And it was a room about, maybe a quarter size of this big room. And then you go to the back of that one on the other side and it dropped down another 4 or 5 feet, and it was smaller and got smaller, and it went down 4 levels. So you got down to an area about, probably, how would I describe that? 50 square feet, something like that. You know, it was like, it was a just a big room, and we went down there, and people have already been in there. I mean, the first room had stalagmites and stalactites in it, big old stalactites and mites. And somebody went in there with fluorescent paint and painted them to look like melted candles and stuff. You know, you
Yeah.
the bottle and it melted. It looked like that. And it was all colorful like that. And it had like on the bottom one. And we got down to the bottom level, there was this little hole, and it went down somewhere. We couldn't see the end of where it went. And it says, "To hell." And it had an arrow pointing down to it. And I went, okay. Yeah, we went down there. We all sat down there, and we're all talking and we're saying, "Let's turn off the flashlights and see how dark is." Oh, it was dark. It was pitch dark. There was nothing. I mean, it was dark. You had never seen darkness before until you've been down that low, 4 levels down, and there's no light anywhere. We're looking around and we're going, wow, there's no light at all. We could imagine why they barred it off, because the story was that a couple of kids, like teenage kids, went down there with candles. Stupid. They went down there with candles, and they went out and they didn't have matches to light them back up or something, and they didn't find their way back out. They couldn't find. We had a hard time finding our way back out because we forgot how we went down in there. And we're looking along the walls and stuff, with flashlights and everything. We're trying to figure out, well, how the hell did we get down to this level? Anyways, we was able to find the third level. But once we got to the third level, we couldn't find the second level. And it was like, wow. We can imagine how somebody could get lost down in here if they didn't have a flashlight. I even brought glow sticks with me, so I had backup. I was going, well, if our flashlights all go out, I got glow sticks. Shake them up. Okay, we got light again.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with those glow sticks. I don't know how bright they are. Are they bright enough? I mean, I thought that was a Halloween party favor or something.
Yeah, they're pretty bright, actually. If you're in pitch darkness, they're pretty bright. I mean, because your eyes will adapt to the green light or whatever color you got, and you're able to see around. Yeah, so you're able to use them as a light. I mean, some of them, I've seen some of them they're like 2 feet long. They're pretty bright. They're actually, they're like a flashlight in like a fluorescent bulb or something you're holding in your hand. I mean, they're pretty bright. The 1 foot, 2 footers, the 4 inchers and stuff. Nah, they're not really bright, but they're bright enough if you're in a pitch black area or that.
Okay.
Am I gone or are you?
Coming down because the cave, had that angle of light coming down into it, so we're able to see into it. So we made it back up the first level, and then we decided we had enough of that. Let's go down to the gypsum cave, where the gypsum mine is. There's this place that they made gypsum for drywall, and it was just about 2 miles on down. Well, it was actually out by Lake Mead. We decided to go out there another day. That was another day we went out there. It was like down by Lake Mead, and there's this place that's called something Gypsum Corporation, and they made they mined gypsum which is this crystal, and they grind it up and they put it inside the drywall paper. So you know that powder stuff, it's in between the paper on the drywall, is actually gypsum. Well, there's a monument before you get there, about a mile and a half before you get to the gypsum mines, and it was a natural gypsum cave where you had a plaque there talking about it, talking about how this guy was an archaeologist who discovered this cave, and went in there and did archaeological research, dug up a giant sleuth, and found a caveman's body, and other things, corn cobs and whatever else. And he went and buried it all back up after he excavated it, and said, I don't have the equipment to do this research, so therefore I'm going to bury it all back up for future references. And this is like in it must have been 1930s or 20s or something like that he discovered this. And it was still there. It was basically the same thing. You went up this little hill and it had this big opening, but it dropped down into this big cave area. But it had little caves going off. Had one guy crawl into one of the cave holes that was only about 3 feet in diameter. He crawls off into it, and he goes so far and says, it's caved in. Because we just had an earthquake maybe a week or so beforehand, an earthquake of 5.0, and it was in that area. So I figure it closed it off, and you couldn't get back in there. So he comes back out, and we started exploring around the edges of this cave. We come across these walls that were giant gypsum crystals. I mean, these things were huge. They had to be 2 feet wide and 10 feet tall. And I went up and stuck my flashlight up again because I could tell it was almost transparent. It was translucent. And you stick your flashlight on it and it lit up the whole wall. The whole wall lit up. And you could stick it, and the air guys came up with their flashlights too and started sticking them on the wall and stuff and lighting it up. And we're going, wow, this is cool. And the other guy went and checked around underneath some stuff, and he comes out with these little tiny corn cobs. They were like, maybe no longer than 3 inches long. And they were corn cobs. And this is the stuff this guy, archaeologist, was talking about. They used to grow corn, but corn apparently didn't grow much higher than maybe 4 feet or something, and made these little corn cobs. And this is what the cavemen used to eat or something. And we found a bunch of them in there, a bunch of these little corn cobs. I mean, it's out in the desert, so apparently at one time it was green and it was covered in flora. And today, when we were there, it's desert, just covered in sagebrush and stuff. So, sagebrush and sparsely about. All that stuff. And then I don't know. It was fascinating. I got a chunk of that gypsum. I grabbed a chunk of it that was laying on the ground and brought it back with me. I got it around here somewhere. I don't know where I put it at lately. It's a nice piece of gypsum. It's about fist size, well, a little bit bigger than the size of your fist. And I grabbed a piece of that. I said, I want a collector piece out of this. And I grabbed a piece of gypsum. I mean, it's just laying on the ground. And picked it up and took it with us. And we left out of there, went on our way, happy way out of there. Can't remember anything else. I just know one guy did research on that after we got back, and we learned about an archaeologist that went in there and was doing big time research on all this stuff. It was fascinating. It was an interesting trip being out in Vegas. It was a trip because I didn't hang out in the casinos all the time. I actually went out in the countryside and hiked. I used to hike 10 miles at a time one direction, 10 miles back. And it was amazing. We went to Mount Charleston. That was another trip. It was Mount Charleston, going up the side of Cathedral Rock, and it's like sloped on one side and it's sheer cliff on the other side of it. And they call it Cathedral Rock, and it went out along this ridge and got thinner and thinner and thinner. When we got to a point where nobody wanted to go very far out on that ridge, because it got pretty thin. You could walk out there, but it was the ideal was if you had any, you know, anything of fear of heights, you may get a little dizzy and get vertigo and fall off of it, and that wouldn't be a good thing. So nobody dared go out there onto that little walkway. It went out to the edge of this cathedral rock. It was just a sheer chunk of, I guess it was granite, is what it was, but it was just looked scary because you look down there and it's like, you know, you're looking at 500, maybe 800 feet down, and you're going, that's a ways down. That's a ways down. But we was up there on top of Cathedral Rock. We could actually hear people talking that were down below, and they were perfectly clear, and they're just talking in a normal voice, and we were able to hear everything they were saying. It was just, Cathedral Rock had a way of amplifying sound up to where we were. We're all sitting up there going, wow, I can hear every word they're saying. I don't know, that's most of my experiences out in Vegas. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Yeah, that was it. So, what do you think? Are you still there? Your icon's still there. Are you still there? Hello, TJ. Yeah? I'm not getting anyone. I'm still transmitting, as far as I can tell. But there's experiences out in Las Vegas you have to experience. Viewer's Guide. I did go up north towards Area 51 at one time, but I was on the west side. Me and a friend went up there looking for placer gold. Now, placer gold is gold you find on the surface. You know, gold nuggets sitting on the ground. Went up to this area, it said it had it. Went up there, there was this like, I don't know, it looked like a cabin just about, but it wasn't really a cabin like log cabin. It was a cabin like, and we went past it. We saw this cone rock, which I can find it on Google, and went back there, and we found actually a tail section of an A7 that crashed out there several years ago. It was like 10 years ago or something like that. And apparently this is a piece they didn't find. So we found it. I gave it to my friend who was still in the Air Force. Gave it to Dave. Dave took it in, thought he's going to get an attaboy. And then he was asked, what are you doing up there? You're not supposed to be up there. And he didn't get a boy, but they took the part anyways and took it away. I wanted to keep it because I still had a fin on it, a radio fin on it, antenna fin. I was wanting to keep that, but he decided he wanted to take it in and hand it in and see if he'd get an attaboy for it. And I said, okay, you want the attaboy. Okay, but he didn't get an attaboy. He got scolded for being in that area. You're not supposed to be in that area. What are you doing up there? I already heard what he told me about it, but it was because I was working for Cubic Defense at that time, and I didn't care. I was up there to look for placer gold. That was what I was looking for. And all we found was lava rock everywhere. It was brown, sharp looking rock, and that was about it. Yeah, that was an experience. I was heading up on 93. I guess 93, 94, 93. 93 is north. Even numbers go east and west. Odd numbers go north and south on highways. So if you're ever wondering about that, if you ever go north on a highway, you'll notice it's a odd number, like 373 or 273 or whatever, it will have a 3 at the end of it. No matter what the first number is, it's the last number it counts. Like Highway 70 has a 0. Well, that's an even number. So, there's a little bit of knowledge to know about highways. You learn a lot about that being out in a place where the highways are easily seen. I mean, from Las Vegas, north, south, east, west. Yeah. So TJ, are you still there? Are you awake? Are you conscious? TJ? Now? I'm not getting any response from you. Did I lose you somehow, but still have your icon? I figured that would drop out if I didn't have your icon. What's up with that? Now? Do you get all that? Does it make you want to go to Las Vegas and visit? Do I have to treat you like a ghost light? All alone, all alone, all alone. I'm all alone. I know I had trouble transmitting at one point, but I'm here. Oh well, I must have lost you somewhere along the ways. I don't know how. I'm still here. Hello? Hello? I think I lost TJ. I don't know where he went. Walked away from the mic or something. Oh, wow, I'm not. Oh, there I go. I'm getting. Oh, what else then? You're here, but you're not here. Why aren't you here? How come I never get anybody anymore? 'Cause I can't open up my other window. That's why. I thought I put my spellbinder on this one too, so I could open it up. It doesn't say live anymore. It doesn't say live or anything. It's like the same opening all over again. I always knew. is that? Hmm. Hmm. I must be locked up or something. I'm not getting anyone. Links. What does that mean? Hmm. Nobody's home. Why is nobody home? I had people here and I get nobody. I'm going to get Boltar here. What the? Cameraman? Capture? Photo. Okay. Not getting anything here. Nobody's home. No TJ. Well, I guess TJ went off for the evening. I don't know. He's still there, but he's not speaking. No speaking. I need to find my these C clamps. I haven't found a use for them. 3-inch clamps. Oh well. What else I got? Oh, whatever conversation we got. I got this book. Northern Tool and Equipment. Oh, this is old. 500 prices reduced. You can buy anything in here. I don't know what I bought this for. Oh, High oxygen transfer pond aquifer. We got a bunch of fish you're trying to keep alive in the pond, I guess. Oh, what else have we got in here? What's going on? Well, I'm about ready to call it a night. It's already 4:14. Solar power electric fence energizer. That's interesting. Got a bunch of generators in here too. Oh. So TJ, I guess I'm gonna call it a night. How about you? Are you ready to call it a night? Are you somewhere else? You apparently got called off to somewhere else while I was experiencing everything I was. It's 4:15 a.m. on the 26th, Sunday. Sunday. Forgot what's on Saturday. Is there anything on Saturday? Well, Friday. Grim. Now I watched that. Okay. I'll finish my H2SO4 off and call it a night. Well, I hope you all have a good night. I had a good night. Had a good adventure here. But I see that I'm not getting an audience. And it's 4:16 now. So I guess I'm going to call it a night. And I'm going to stop broadcast in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Broadcast over. Have a good night or after a good morning and a better Sunday day afternoon.